I'm going to start admitting people now, Tita.
Ipanalo ang totoo. Huwag na tayong maloloko. Aaminin ko ang mali ko. Ang kinin mo rin ang mali mo. Sabihin mo, sabihin mo, sabihin mo ang totoo.
Panalo natin ng totoo. Aminin mo, isulat mo, iyugin mo, ilunod mo, ilundag mo,
sabihin mo
huwag na tayong
ang
paloloko.
totoo.
Panalo ang totoo.
Aminin mo, isulat mo, iyugyug mo, ituro mo, ilundag mo, ikembot mo, i-drawing mo, ikwento mo, ipanalo ang totoo.
Kaibigan, magpakatotoo.
Huwag na tayong maloloko.
Oras na para matuto tayo.
Aaminin ko ang mali ko.
Isa, dalawa, ikaw at ako.
Ang kinin mo rin ang mali mo.
Sabay na kayo.
Sabihin mo, sabihin mo,
Sabihin mo na.
sabihin mo
Sabihin mo.
ang totoo.
Sabihin mo, sabihin mo.
Sabihin mo,
Yan ang totoo.
sabihin mo,
Sabihin mo na.
aminin mo, isulat mo, iyuyog mo, ituro mo,
Sabihin mo na.
ilundag mo, ikembot mo, i-drawing mo, ikwento mo. Sabihin mo, sabihin mo, kahit mo, sabihin mo na. Sabihin mo, sabihin mo, isulat mo, iyugyug mo, ilundag mo, ikembot mo, i-drawing mo, ikwento mo. Ang bayan kong Pilipinas, lupain ng ginto't bulaklak, pag-ibig na sa kaniyang palad, nag-alay ng kandadilak, at sa kaniyang yumi at ganda, dayuhan ay nahalina. Bayan ko, binihag ka, nasadlak sa dusa. Ibon man may layang lumipad, kulungin mo at umiiyak. Bayan pa kayang sakdal dilag, ang di magnasang makaalpas. Pilipinas kong minumutya, ugat ng luha ko't dalita. Aking adhika, makita kang bayan pa kayang sakdal dilag, ang di magnasang makaalpas. Pilipinas kong minumutya, ugat ng luha ko't dalita. Aking adhika, matinagag sa kalaya. Aking adhika, matinagag sa ipanalo ang totoo. Huwag na tayong maloloko. Aaminin ko ang mali ko, ang kinin mo rin ang mali mo. Sabihin mo,
Lahat tayong paloloko,
sabihin mo,
ipanalo natin ng
sabihin mo
Lahat tayong
ang
paloloko,
totoo.
ipanalo natin ng totoo. Aminin mo, isulat mo, iugin mo, iluto mo, ilundag mo, ikembot mo, idroy mo, ikwento mo. Huwag na tayong paloloko, ipanalo ang totoo.
Aminin mo, isulat mo, iyugyug mo, ituro mo,
Yeah.
ilundag mo, ikembot mo, i-drawing mo, ikwento mo, ipanalo ang totoo.
Kaibigan, magpakatotoo.
Huwag na tayong maloloko.
Oras na para matuto tayo.
Aaminin ko ang mali ko.
Sa dalawa, ikaw at ako.
Ang kinin mo rin ang mali mo.
Sabay na kayo.
Sabihin mo,
Sabihin mo, sabihin mo na, sabihin mo, sabihin mo,
ang totoo.
sabihin mo, sabihin mo,
Sabihin mo,
yan ang totoo.
sabihin mo,
sabihin mo na.
aminin mo,
Aminin,
isulat mo, iyugyug mo, ituro mo,
sabihin mo na,
mo, ikembot mo, i-drawing mo, ikwento mo, Buhanay na halina, bayan ko binihag ka, nasadlak sa dusa. Ibon man may layang lumipad, kulungin mo at umiiyak. Bayan pa kayang sakdal dilag, ang di magnasang makaalpas. Pilipinas kong minumutya, ugat ng luha ko't dalita. Aking adhika, makita kang sakdal. Bayan pa sakdal dilag, ang di magnasang makaalpas. Pilipinas kong minumutya, ugat ng luha ko't alita. Aking adhika, makita kang sakdalaya. Aking adhika, makita kang ipanalo ang totoo. Huwag na tayong maloloko. Aaminin ko ang mali ko, ang kinin mo rin ang mali mo. Sabi
ba't may kwento mo? Huwag na tayong paloloko. Panalo ang totoo.
Isulat mo, iyugyug mo, ituro mo, ilundag mo, ikembot mo, idrawing mo, ikwento mo, ipanalo ang totoo.
Kaibigan, magpakatotoo.
Wag na tayong maloloko.
Oras na para matuto tayo.
Aaminin ko ang mali ko.
Sa dalawa, ikaw at ako.
Angkinin mo rin ang mali mo.
Buhay na kayo.
Sabihin mo, sabihin mo,
Sabihin mo na. Sabihin mo. Sabihin mo. Sabihin mo. Sabihin mo.
sabihin mo,
Yan ang totoo.
sabihin mo. Aminin mo, isusulat mo, iyugyug mo, ituro mo, ilundag mo, ikembot mo, idrawing mo, ikwento mo. Sabihin mo, sabihin mo, sabihin mo na. Sabihin mo, sabihin mo.
Panalo ang totoo.
Isulat mo, iyugyug mo, ilundag mo, ikembot mo, idrawing mo, ikwento mo.
Mo kami. Gandang good morning po.
Father, good morning, Father.
Naririnig ko ba yung boses ko?
Yes.
Linaw po.
Okay. Yung spelling ng pangalan ni Jarius, walang I dapat, J-A-R. Pero mukhang
Sorry about
Morning,
that.
Father.
Not change it anymore.
yeah, of course, okay.
Yeah.
Father, mag-whistle ulit kayo. Yung bayan ko naman.
Ay, Father Albert, nasa
Morning.
Rome ka ba ngayon?
Nasa Rome.
Good morning.
Secretary Eni po.
Good morning sa inyo
Oy,
lahat.
Good morning. Good morning sa inyo lahat.
Good
Morning.
morning
Okay
po.
ba yung audio ko po for later?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Si Jarius. Jarius,
Serious.
Apo.
hindi na raw mapalitan. So sorry.
Sorry,
Ano?
yun na.
Jarius dapat yun eh.
Oo nga eh.
Sorry about that.
Ginawang Americanized. Jarius. Nasa kwan kasi sila eh. Sa Canada. Based sila sa Canada.
Aha.
So sorry, Jarius. So sorry.
Okay.
So while you're waiting, maybe they can enter their full name and email address via chat.
Yeah.
Father, kailan kayo
Gusto mo na
pupunta sa Manila? July.
Just in time po, doon sa sa misa ko kay Laila.
Okay.
Sa linggo po, July 30. Nasa Quezon City na ako. 29 nasa Quezon City.
29 na. Nasa Bacolod naman ako noon, Father. So Monday tayo?
Opo.
Okay.
Now let me know when we're going to start.
We will start.
Yeah.
I have to start with the
Squadron.
What o'clock na?
Okay.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Manalangin po tayo. Panginoong may likha, mula pa namang noong kami bata, itinuturo na po ng matatanda na masama ang mandaya. Bawal magsinungaling, bawal manlambang sa kapwa. Sa kabilang banda, banal ang pagtindig at pagtanggol sa tama. Subalit ngayon, Panginoon, parang hindi na po mahalaga kung ano ang totoo. Parang masikat pa nga po ang mga kriminal at mga bobo. Wala na yatang nakikinig sa katwiran at sa iyong payo. Panginoon, sirang-sira na po ang bayang minamahal mo. Panahon na upang ang bayan ay mapukaw. Pati nga po mga bato ngayon sumisigaw. Panginoon, likay mong muli ang bayan mong may dangal. Ilikha mo kami ng isang bagong puso. Hugasan ang kamay na basa ng dugo. Linisin ang diwang sa halay ay puno. Ilikha mo kami ng isang bagong puso. Itindig mo kami, kaming iyong bansa. Tibayan ang pasyang, harapin ang daya. Tatagan ang loob kahit nanghihina. Itindig mo kami, kaming iyong bansa. Tanghalin o lubag ang taong marangal. Tanggapin o langit ang taos kong dasal. Lipulin ang tanang gahamang nagkamal. Likain mong muli bayan ko. May dangal. Baguhin mo yung aming bayan. Baguhin mo ang aming puso. Basbasan mo ang forum na ito alang-alang sa bayang may dangal. Amen.
Magandang umaga, magandang gabi, o magandang hapon kung saan man po kayo naroroon. Kami ay nagagalak na kasama kayong lahat, ating forum kung saan ating tatalakayin ang sinasabing burning national issues of our time. Ako po ay si Dr. Cristina Astorga, inatasan na moderator ng forum. Kahit na matagal na po ako sa Estados Unidos, kung saan ako ay profesora ng moral theology at social ethics, at dating chairperson Kahit na matagal po ako sa Estados Unidos, kung saan ako ay profesora ng moral theology at social ethics at dating chairperson ng Department Teolohiya ng Universidad ng Portland, ako ay hinubog sa veritate in caritate, truth and love, ng mga madre at guro ng College of the Holy Spirit kung saan ako nagtapos, at man and woman or person for others ng Ateneo de Manila University, kung saan po ako nagturo ng 2 dekada at naging chairperson ng Departamento ng Teolohiya. Ito ang pinakaunang forum ng GTTAN, Global Transparency and Transformation Advocates Network. Hindi po kami GTTAN nung nakaraang 2 fora namin. With your indulgence, I want to say something of how GTTAN came to be. At the start, 4 lang po kami sa Attorney Oswald Magno, Mirila Magno, Tia Cuyugan at ako. At ang aming layunin was to transform the Pink Movement into a political party. We prepared a petition with about 3,000 signatories, but alas, we were not able to get the support of the Pink Movement leadership. By the time Tina Cuyugan asked to leave our team so she can meet the demands of her other time, by luck or by grace, we bumped into the TNPO on social media. We did not even know what TNPO meant. But as we read the post of retired Brigadier General Eli Rio, we found his findings and analysis of the electoral fraud making sense. I contacted Franklin Isaac and asked him how we can help. He said that they need help in raising the legal fees of their lawyers for filing their mandamus at the Supreme Court. The three of us, Oscar, Oswald, Mila, and myself, punched into the legal fund campaign of the TNPO, which happened to have rich members of the Malaya, New Jersey, who expressed to join us in our cause to help the TNPO's mandamus. It was the birth of the mandamus group, together with Malaya, Jersey, which was eventually joined by Malaya, Canada, and Malaya, USA. And together we organized 2 fora featuring the work of the TNPO, giving them more public exposure. We realize, however, that we cannot continue to work for the cause of the TNPO for electoral truth and transparency without the help of groups in the Philippines who are at the ground. We were eventually joined by several groups: Solidarity, CMC, UP Vanguard, Lingap, Cadeta, and a group in Rome, Alza Vita Roma, also joined us. It has grown beyond mandamus and has become what we call Global Transparency and Transparency and Transformation Advocates Network. We envision ourselves as coming together of Filipinos in the Philippines and all parts of the world to help build new Philippines out of sheer love for the country, our motherland, for the sake of the generations to come, and in particular for the sake of the poorest among us, that they may be uplifted from the dehumanization of poverty. Magsama-sama na tayong lahat, kung saan man tayo naruroon, sa Pilipinas o iba't ibang panig ng mundo, para sa bagong bukas at pag-asa ng ating minamahal na bansa, para sa ating mga kabataan, mga henerasyon na susunod, lalo't lalo na para sa ating mga kapatid na nakalugmok sa hirap at dusa. So, kaming lahat po sa GTTAN, welcome you all to our forum. Even the stones will cry out. Subversion of the electoral will of the Filipino people. Pati ang mga bato ay umiiyak na po dahil sa subversion of the electoral will of the Filipino people. Ang pandadaya ng sambayanang Pilipino sa eleksyon. Ang una nating tagapagsalita ay si Dr. Temario C. Rivera. Patakayin niya ang tanong, bakit ang ating eleksyon ang mismong nagwawarak ng ating demokrasya? Ang problema, sabi niya, ay nakaugat sa ating mga struktura, institusyon, kultura. Our political culture is damaged. He will particularly address dominant dynasties and weak parties plagued in elections. Dr. Rivera is a retired UP professor of political science and a former chair of the Department of Political Science, UP Diliman. He also served as a tenured professor of comparative politics and international relations at the International Christian University at Tokyo. He was educated at UP Diliman and the University of Wisconsin-Madison, where he finished his PhD. He served as editor-in-chief of the Philippine Political Science Journal for 20 years. Under his term, the journal became the country's first social science professional journal to gain international status. Among his awarded books, his major work was Landlords and Capitalists, Class, Family, State in Philippine Manufacturing, which received the Outstanding Social Science Book Award from the National Academy of Science and Technology. He has received the following professional awards: Distinguished Leadership and Scholarship Awards from the Philippine Political Science Association and the Philippines International Studies Organization. In 2019, he received the Distinguished Alumnus Award in Democratization and Governance from the UP Alumni Association. He is currently the chair of the Center for People Empowerment Governance in an Independent Research and Policy Advocacy, NGO. This was the last thing he said about himself was quite significant. He tells so much of who he is, what he stands for, and the price he had to pay for what he believes. He was a political detainee for 5 years during the Marcos dictatorship, 1979. It is my honor to present to you Dr. Timario C. Rivera.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction, Professor Tina. And magandang umaga at magandang gabi po sa ating lahat. Alam kong medyo late na sa North America, no? Past 10 p.m. na pala dyan. Kaya siguro susubukan ko pong magbigay na lang ng brief presentation para naman marami tayong oras para sa open forum. And it's also good to see very familiar names and familiar faces, no? So without any further ado, umpisahan ko na siguro yung assignment ko ngayong umaga. And ang gagawin ko talaga ay isi-situate yung election natin sa pangkalahatang socio-economic, no, and institutional reality ng ating lipunan. Kasi nga ang election ay itinuturing natin na minimum condition, no, para ang isang bansa o sistema ay may tuturing na democratic. Ngayon, pero kung yung minimum condition na yon ay hindi man lang natin maabot, napakalaking problema na, no? At para maintindihan at lalong para namang lalo nating maintindihan ang malalim na mga problema natin, susubukan kong ipailalim ito nga sa pag-intindi rin ng mga pangunahing socio-economic realities. Meron po kaming parang division of work na gagawin dito. Hindi ko na po tatalakayin yung mga electoral process, particularly yung automated election system na naging sistema na natin mula pa noong 2010, kasi yun naman ang tatalakayin ni General Rio at ni Colonel Odonio, no? So, Doc Tina, paki-flash yung unang slide natin.
Simila po.
Sorry, hindi ko na na-upload kasi wala na akong time kanina.
Okay, I'll try to get it. Akala ko kasi ikaw mag-upload it. So let me get it. And is it the same?
Yeah,
same
even as you do that, pwede ko namang ituloy na yung diskusyon para hindi tayo magsayang ng oras.
Okay,
no?
sure.
Yeah, yun na nga. Bakit ba bagamat sa
Ito ba?
ayan na, okay. Yung next slide, Yan, oo. Yun ang isang katakataka dahil alam nyo naman na tayo ang isa sa mga bansa sa buong mundo, hindi lang Asia, na may pinakamatagal ng karanasan sa election. Kung tutusin kasi, American colonial era pa, 1907, inumpisahan na natin ang election. Nung inintroduce nga ng Americans yung local elections ng mga governors, simula't simula noon, maraming mga problema na nakaugat doon sa karanasan natin ay patuloy pa rin hanggang ngayon. So nakakabahala talaga to. Hanggang ngayon, may widespread poverty. I cannot go into a lot of details, but siguro ang pinaka-dramatic evidence dito, yung latest social weather station survey, kung hindi nyo pa nabasa ito, sinasabi ng SWS na yung self-rated poverty ng mga Pilipino, halos kalahati, ang nagtuturing sa kanilang pamilya na below the poverty line. And then yung problema natin sa edukasyon, hindi na rin ako magdidetalya ng gaano dito, pero nakakabahala rin yung mga latest education testing natin sa ating mga kabataan, lalo na yung nasa K-12. Tayo ang kulelat, sa science testing, sa arithmetic testing, sa reading testing. Ano ba nangyayari sa ating lipunan, kaya mahalaga ito dahil natural kung karamihan ng ating mga botante ay nakalugmok pa rin sa poverty at marami sa kanila hindi nakapagtapos talaga ng kolehiyo, kahit ang high school medyo mababa pa rin yung nakakapagtapos. That makes them very vulnerable, to illicit electoral practices like vote buying halimbawa, or vote selling. Okay, yan ang isang matingkad na kalagayan hanggang ngayon na hindi natin maihiwalay sa pag-intindi ng mga problema natin sa eleksyon. Pangalawa, alam din natin, ito, napakatagal na rin nating problema ito, yung elite-dominated elections, Alam naman natin pong lahat ito, ang main driver kasi ng politics and election natin, alam naman nating lahat ito, ay mga dominant political families. In fact, ang nangyari noong 2022 elections ay nag-combine ang dalawang pinaka-powerful political families sa ating bansa. The Marcos and the Romualdezes on one hand, and the Dutertes on the other hand, at sinuportahan pa sila ng mga iba pang mga malalakas na political families. Alam din natin siguro na bagamat merong constitutional provision noong 1987 na nagsasabing ipagbawal dapat ang political dynasties, hanggang ngayon wala pang naipapasa ang Kongreso na enabling law for that, I understand nandito si Representative Manuel, siguro pwede tayong bigyan ng latest dyan later, So, yan ang isang realidad ng ating elections, domination by powerful political families for several decades now. In fact, century na mula pa nung American colonial era, And then, weak political parties. Isang napakahalagang institusyon sana sa isang eleksyon, wala tayo rin yan dahil katawa-tawa yung mga tinatawag nating political parties are really nothing more but organized and also controlled, kung hindi yung dominant political families, ay yung mga mayayaman at may kaya, So what political parties are we talking about? Hindi ba? Every time na may bagong presidente, nagpupuntahan lahat sa partido ko ng bagong presidente, yung lahat halos ng mga miyembro ng Kongreso. Yung Kongreso natin ngayon, again, as a very dramatic evidence nitong dalawang problema na ito, dominance by political families and weak parties. Yung Kongreso natin, yung lower house, ang Speaker of the House, Martin Romualdez, is a cousin of the President. At yung anak niya mismo, the eldest son, is a senior deputy speaker. No? In the Senate, naku, katakot-takot niya na kombinasyon ng mga political families. No? Nandyan yung mother and son. Nandyan yung full siblings. Nandyan yung half siblings. No? So, wala tayo, unfortunately, yung tradisyon na yan. Sa Kongreso ngayon, siguro ang may tuturing lang natin na tunay na political party or alliance ay yung Makabayan Bloc na kung saan kasama ang kabataan ni Congressman Manuel. All of these factors naturally support also a practice of massive vote buying and vote selling. Kasi nga, highly vulnerable ang mga voters natin. No? Kung yung pamilya mo nga naman ay isang kahig, isang tuka, bibigyan ka ng 5,000 or 10,000 sa election time, natural, napakahalaga sa iyo yun. No? Lalo na kung local government yung botohan, madaling i-monitor kung sino ka kanino ka nagboto. May paraan sila diyan na master na yan ng mga political families. Kaya it's a problem, no? Hanggang ngayon, vote buying and vote selling, na-aggravate pa yan sa bagong teknolohiya ng so-called e-wallets. Paano mo halimbawa matratrack yung mga vote buying and vote selling na ginagawa sa electronic wallets like GCash or Paymaya, no? Dagdag na komplikasyon ngayon yan. Finally, alam din nating lahat, pag ikaw ay sumabak sa anumang kampanya, ay maghanda ka, no? Milyon-milyones ang kailangang ihahanda mo para magkaroon ka ng dissenting kampanya. In fact, a conservative estimate now, if you're running for the presidency in 2022, at least conservatively, may nakahanda kang 1 billion. No? If you're running for the Senate, at least half a billion. No? Even running for a city mayor or a municipal mayor will require tens of millions. Kung hindi ka kasama sa mga dynasties or hindi ka mayamang negosyante, paano ka ngayon sasabat, no? Sa isang marangal na election? Okay. Next slide, please. Ngayon, ito rin yung mga dagdag na socio-economic political realities natin. Hanggang ngayon, kasi nga ang tunay na election sana ay magre-require ng freedom of expression, respect, and implementation of all our basic civil rights. But again, alam naman natin, no, lalo na nung nangyari kay, well, of course, hindi lang nag-umpisa naman, no, even earlier presidents, pero ang matinding karanasan natin nung martial law, yung diktadura. But even after elite electoral elections were restored in 1986, patuloy yung state repression of our basic civil rights. At again, I will just focus on the current developments na nag-ugat nung panahon ni President Duterte. Ano? Ipinasa nila yung anti-terror law at nagkaroon pa ng executive act to create the so-called National Task Force again to eliminate local communist activities, something, no? The point of all of this was nagkaroon ngayon ng batas na na-weaponize, na nagiging sangkalan ng patuloy na na pagyurak ng ating mga freedom of expression. Napakadami na pong na red tag, hindi lang na red tag, nagkaroon ng forced abductions, pagpapatay mismo ng mga political opposition or hindi man lang political opposition, no? Yung mga personalities who are engaged in legitimate dissent, no? Maraming mga journalists ang nabiktima diyan, pati mga lawyers, mga trade unionists, peasant workers, hanggang ngayon patuloy yan, no? So again, that is a major curtailment of basic electoral rights and civil rights. Ngayon, kasama na diyan dahil hindi naman tayo nakapagpundar ng matatawag nating strong institutions, no? Kaya ang sistema natin ngayon, lalo na kung ikaw ay may malubhang problema sa health mo, ay mangangailangan ka ng padrino, no? Kaya nga yung kakulangan, yung kahinaan ng ating institutions, both political and economic institutions, also have perpetuated itong patron-client dependency on individual politicians na may epekto rin sa electoral choices natin, no? Nandyan din yung political culture. Unfortunately, meron tayong malakas na political kultura na mukhang welcoming sa mga so-called strong authoritarian leaders, no? Nagmula pa nung kay Quezon nung panahon, of course, ng American colonial era, and then more recently, of course, si Marcos Sr., si GMA, Macapagal Arroyo, followed by Duterte. Ngayon, in fairness, bagamat si Marcos ay interested, no, na ipagpatuloy yung so-called legacy ng father niya, kaya nga yung first year in office niya, napakalakas yung rebranding na ginagamit niya para yung mga achievements kuno ng father ay ipagpatuloy, bagamat marami sa mga ito ay talaga namang palpak, gaya ng Kadiwa at ng Masagana 99, and then of course yung most recently approved law, yung Maharlika Fund. Pwede nating pasadahan yung mga detalye niyan in the Q&A, no? And finally, bagamat mas bago ito, pero naranasan na rin natin noong actually as early as the 2016 elections. Pero nung 2022, nakita na natin kung ano ang impact nitong systematic na paggamit ng social media and increasingly AI-enabled propaganda na nagiging source ng mga false news, no? Hindi lang false news, talagang pwedeng gamitin ito para talagang matarget ang mga individuals. I think sa Canada, yung recent elections niyan, nagkaroon na yata kayo ng karanasan dito, no? Yung mga ginamit ang AI para masira ang mga reputasyon ng mga ilang politicians. So, Bongbong Marcos, as early as 2016, ginamit na nila ito, although hindi pa gaanong successful ang kanilang proyekto noon, pero pinaghandaan nila ng husto itong 2022 elections. Pag-control ng social media like Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, among others, no? Paggamit ng mga so-called political influencers, no? Okay. Can we go to the next slide, please? Ngayon, i-relate natin yung mga nabanggit kong social political realities sa problema ng accountability, no? Kasi in effective working democratic systems, well, like in Canada, malayo ang narating na ng election at demokrasya ng Canada. You're more familiar with the problems there kung meron mang matinding problema. Pero of course, napakalayo sa karanasan natin sa Pilipinas, no? Unang-una, yung tinatawag nating para maging accountable yung isang democracy, meron dapat credible and competitive elections. Gaya na nga ng nabanggit natin, ito yung tinatawag nating vertical accountability. But if the electoral process cannot even meet this minimum condition para maituring ka na, na tunay na demokrasya, paano magiging credible yan kung especially since the use of the automated election system noong 2010 patuloy yung mga problema ng ating electoral process. Again, General Rio and Colonel Odonio will assume the responsibility for discussing that. Competitive elections, paano magiging competitive kung dominated na ng mga ilang political dynasties at napaka-prohibitive yung pagsama sa election, no? So, yun lang pinaka minimum condition para matawag ang isang sistema na working democracy ay hindi pa natin naaabot, no? Horizontal accountability, yung pangalawang level ng accountability, no? Ito yung pagkakaroon ng isang sistema na kung saan may effective checks and balances sana among key government agencies, gaya ng executive, ang legislatura, and the judiciary. But again, we all know na hindi nga nangyayari ito sa ating bansa. Unang-una, the office of the president commands enormous powers and authority vis-a-vis Congress and the judiciary. No, we can go into the details later. Yung kawalan ng checks and balances is further aggravated by, again, the problem of dynasties and the lack of real political parties. Na kung saan, paano ka magkakaroon ng effective checks, halimbawa, no, between the executive and Congress when Congress itself is dominated by dynasties, no? Na kumikiling din most of the time kung sino yung incumbent president, no? The judiciary, presumably admittedly the weakest, ay lalong natatakot at nagiging silent kung ang presidente ay isang authoritarian leader like yung naging karanasan natin under Marcos, under Marcos Sr. dictatorship talaga yon. But even under Mr. Duterte, who was of course elected, no? And yung third form of social accountability sana, ito naman yung role ng civil society gaya ng ginagawa namin. I'm part of an NGO and you are part, of course, admirably, of an international network of like-minded civil society groups from all over North America. Ito yung kakayahan natin sana, no, na ma-monitor at magkaroon ng impact sa governance practices. But as we all know, bagamat meron tayong mga ganyang organisasyon, totoo naman yon, partly if not mainly dahil sa matagal nating karanasan sa pakikipaglaban sa diktadura noon, napaka-limited ang nagagawa nila ngayon. Unang-una dahil yung state repression nga, no? Hindi naman sila pinapayagang malayang magpahayag ng kanilang mga programa, mga sentimiento, nire-red tag o di kaya tuwirang pinapatay o inabda, no? Kaya nga yung tinatawag natin na sana hindi lang magkaroon ng minimalist democracy tayo. Minimalist ibig sabihin ay at least man lang na-accomplish mo, no? Yung minimum condition ng democracy, ito nga yung credible and competitive elections. Sana mula doon, dahil napakatagal na yung karanasan natin, magkaroon naman ng pagsulong mula sa minimalist tungo sa isang mas substantive o substantial democracy na kung saan hindi lang umiiral ang malinis na eleksyon, kundi sana magpakita ang mga leader natin ng matatawag nating qualitative changes, no, sa mga pinaka-urgent issues ng mamamayan, no? Economic, political stability, no, and other basic metrics or measures of development, no? Halimbawa, nandyan yung social development goals ng United Nations, no, na magiging batayan ng mga ito, no. And finally, I think I have one last slide. Okay. Ngayon, siyempre, bagamat napakadami ang hinaharap ng ating mga botante, hindi naman, wala naman tayong karanasan na umaatras, no, sa paglaban sa mga patuloy na pagsagka sa ating mga basic rights. Kaya, bagamat nandyan yung mga batas, mga practices, no, na nagpapahirap sa mamamayan tungo sa isang mas tunay na partisipasyon sa elections, sana ay magkaroon din tayo ng patuloy na recognition ng mga kailangang gawin natin, no? And unang-una, ito rin kasi yung weakness ng people's movement, no? Hindi pa nagkakaroon ng matatawag nating unified, inclusive electoral political opposition. Unfortunately, dahil napakalakas yung kalaban, siguro mas mapapalakas yung ating kasagutan kung magkaroon din ng unified, inclusive electoral political opposition, no? Minamana mo, nung 2022 elections, nag-unify yung pinaka-powerful dynasties natin. Anong nangyari sa political opposition? We had about 4 or 5 other candidates representing various tendencies in the so-called political opposition, no? Yan ay sana magiging isang lesson natin sa mga sumusunod na election, kasi ang magandang karanasan niya, nakita ko diyan yung karanasan ng Latin America, no, na kung saan mas unified yung electoral political opposition nila, kaya napakadami ngayon sa Latin America or even Central America na nagwagi sa mga electoral contest, yung mga progressive alliances nila. Pangalawa, suportahan po natin ang resumption ng peace negotiations between the government and the armed revolutionary movement. Kasi hanggat nandyan kasi yung mga basic, yung mga fundamental problems natin, gaya ng kawalan ng development sa ekonomiya, yung political repression, yan ang nagbubunga. Yan ang nagiging ugat kasi ng pagkakaroon ng armed movements, no? Napakatagal na po ito, no? We also have one of the longest revolutionary armed movements all over the world, no? Kaya ang nakikita ko, ang nakikita ng maraming diyan na nakaranas na ng mga problema na yan, masasagot lang hindi ng isang outright, openly, very costly militaristic response, but a politically negotiated peaceful settlement, no? Third, gaya ng nabanggit ko na, yung anti-terror law and the abolition ng NTF-ELCAC ay mahalaga rin para umunlad ang people's participation in elections. Yung anti-terror law, dahil batas na ito, mas mahirap pong buwagin ito, kailangan ma-repeal mismo sa Kongreso. Pero yung NTF-ELCAC, dahil executive act lang ito, ay hindi naman madali, no? Pero with enough pressure from below, baka pwede nating matanggal yan, no? And finally, dahil napakalakas yung kalaban para sa tunay na pagbabago, represented by political dynasties and powerful corporate sectors, wala naman po tayong kaakibat na finansya para ma-match yung ganyang huge resources. Kaya ang sagot po natin, gaya ng sagot naman ng mga more successful cases, ay patuloy na mass education, patuloy na mass organizing, and mobilization ng mga underrepresented, poor, and disadvantaged sectors ng ating lipunan. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Professor Rivera. Ang susunod na tagapagsalita natin ay si retired Brigadier General Eliseo M. Rio Jr. Kung ang COMELEC ay may man in the middle, si Sir Rio is the man of the hour. Base sa kanyang mga credentials, makita natin na bakit kalaban na ito bilang isang sundalo, hindi sandata ang ginamit niya, kundi ang talas ng kanyang talino at eksperto sa information technology. Siya ay nakakalaman ng operasyon sa loob ng COMELEC dahil siya ang dating chairman of the COMELEC Advisory Council for the 20th National and Local Elections. Siya ay former acting secretary of the Department of Information and Communications Technology, former commissioner of the National Telecommunications Commission. Siya ay former chief of the AFP Signal Corps. Ang tatalakayin niya ay uncovering the biggest scam in our electoral history. Before you give your talk, General Rio, we would like to apologize to the public that something went wrong with our Zoom link. It was supposed to get 500 people in, but something went wrong. It only allowed 100 people. So we're asking the public to please go to the live streaming. I have posted it on my wall. You can go to my wall. It's pinned on my wall, and you please use the live streaming. We apologize for this, unexpected problem. So I'm sorry, Sir Rio, can you please proceed?
Thank you very much, Dr. Tina. I will share my screen, right? Can you see my screen now?
No, there.
Can you see my screen now? No? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Well, I think we just uncovered the biggest scam in our electoral history, and maybe in the electoral history of the whole world. No? Why? But before I go on, because the audience must know, kailangan nyo malaman ng konti kung ano itong tinatawag na IP address. No? IP stand, ayan po ang ibig sabihin ng IP is Internet Protocol. Nung nag-una yung tinayo natin ang worldwide web, no? Yung www, at nagkaroon tayo ng mga different devices na makakonekta na ngayon, the whole world, no? Through the internet, gumawa tayo ng mga IP addresses. Ito ay parang address din sa bahay, no? Kung gusto mo pumunta o magpadala ng isang sulat sa isang bahay sa US, for example, madali lang magpadala dahil alam mo yung address nung papadalhan mo doon. Ganyan din po ang mga devices, yung computer, na pwede mong padalhan ng email kahit saan banda ng buong mundo, ay kung alam mo ng IP address, no? Ang IP address is composed of 4 blocks of numbers, no? Na nakikita nyo ngayon sa screen, no? Nung nag-umpisa, ang ginawa lang ng IP address ay yung tinatawag natin na IP version 4. At ito ay mayroong or makapagbigay ng 4 billion plus na IP address. Kala nila noon, tama na ito. 4 billion, no, na IP addresses worldwide. Pero ngayon, kinukulang na po ito. And therefore, we are going into itong bago, yung IP version 6, na mas makabigay ng 340 undecillion. Aywan ko kung alam nyo, kung may nadinig nyo na yan, no? Undecillion. That is 38 zeros, no? Followed, 3.4 followed by 38 0 na yan kalaki ang numero niyan. At with Internet Protocol version 6, ay nakakasigurado na tayo ngayon na hindi na tayo mauubusan ng mga IP addresses sa buong mundo kahit na sa mga susunod na centuries, no, to come. So paanong ginagamit itong IP address? Mayroon tayong internet service provider, no? Ito yung mga telcos natin. At sila ay may mga assigned na IP address na pwede nilang ibigay sa kanilang mga subscribers, no? For example, dito, isang telco ay binigyan yung isang subscriber niya ng IP address na 112.206.0.220. Hindi natin kailangan i-memorize ito, no? Kasi ito ay may ang router na siya ang bahala sa atin dito, no? And ang router natin sa bahay, for example, para simple maintindihan, ay ito ngayon sa isang IP address na binigay ng telco sa atin ay pwedeng gamitin ng kahit na ilan sa bahay natin, no? At itong router ay magbibigay ng private IP address, no? Na nag-uumpisa sa 192.168.0.2. At ito ibibigay siguro sa isang computer sa bahay nyo, sa pangalawang computer, may laptop siguro, at isa printer, no? May IP address din yung printer para kahit saan yung computer nyo sa bahay, makapag-print kayo sa isang printer. And of course, alam natin na kung sa bahay kayo, ay pwede kayong mag-connect sa internet sa inyong bahay, no? Sa Wi-Fi ng bahay nyo. So ito ay IP address, whether it is the IP version 4 or the IP version 6, ay yun lang. Lahat ng devices sa buong mundo, pag umiral na itong IP version 6, hindi na natin kailangan ng private network. Diretso na tayo sa internet, no? Okay? Sa standards ngayon ay ang International Telecommunication Union ng ating buong nagko-control ng buong telecommunication ng buong mundo ay nag-set aside ng blocks of IP address na ito lang ay pwedeng gamitin ng mga private network. Hindi ito magamit ng mga public, no, ng mga telcos. Pero kung itong mga private network din, itong mga private IP address na ito, na class A, no, nagsisimula sa 10 dot, and then may class B na nagsisimula sa 172 dot, and yung class C, no, yung 192.168 dot, no. Ang ginamit sa election natin ay yung class A and class C. Papakita namin yan sa inyo mamaya. Noong October 12, 2021, nagkaroon ng kontrata ang ating COMELEC at ang Smartmatic, no, na 1.053 billion pesos ang kontrata ito para ang Smartmatic ang magiging responsible sa pag-transmit sa lahat ng VCM na gagamitin sa 2022 election papunta sa mga servers ng COMELEC, no? Ano itong mga servers? Ay ito yung transparency server, ito yung central server, at yung mga municipal server. Papakita ko sa iyo ang flow, no, ng na nakasaad sa kontrata ito. So ito ay napirmahan noong October 12, 2021, a few months before the May 9, 2022 election. Ang halaga nito is 1.053 billion. Ito ay walang bidding, no? Kasi parang negotiated contract lang ito dahil at that time dahil sa COVID hindi na pinapairal ang bidding pag emergency forces daw, no? So ito ay isa sa mga kontrata na napirmahan dahil sa COVID-19, no? Na walang bidding nangyari dito. Okay. Ito yung nakasaad sa kontrata niya, no? Mayroong 107,000 VCM all over the country. At yan ay yung nakikita nyo sa baba, pinakababa, no? Clustered precinct. 107,000 yan lahat, no? And then mayroon tayong municipal servers. Lahat sa itaas ng VCM na yan ay mga servers. Municipal servers, provincial servers, and the national, provincial, regional servers, and then the national servers, no? Doon sa bandang top right ay ang national servers ng COMELEC. Dalawa yan po. Central server at transparency servers. So ito yung setup ng mga VCM at servers noong 2022 election pakay doon sa kontrata na pinirmahan between COMELEC and Smartmatic. Okay? So, makikita nyo rito na ang terms of reference ng kontrata niyan ay ang isang VCM, no, ay makapag-transmit ng kanilang ER or election returns directly from the VCM to the central server and transparent server at yung municipal server kung saang munisipyo yung presinto na yan is located, no? So makikita nyo, ang lahat ng VCM, by the way, ay mayroon yan SIM card, no? Katulad ng ginagamit natin sa mga cellphones natin. May SIM yan at in fact 3 SIM ang binibigay dyan para kung pagdating nitong VCM sa presinto kung saan siya gagamitin ay maka-adjust sila kung Globe, Smart o dito ang pinakamalakas na signal doon sa presinto yun at yun ang SIM na gagamitin nila. So, lahat ng atin 107,000 na VCM ay nakasubscribe, no? Nakasubscribe sa 3 telcos natin. Isa yan sa importante niyong matandaan, no? So, kahit sa election ay hindi isa lang ang gagamitin, binabayaran din natin yung subscription ng 2 hindi ginamit. Okay? Pero ito importante ulit, diretso, no? Makikita nyo ang ER from each VCM diretso sa mga servers na dapat walang iba ng dadaanan path, no? o papunta from VCM to transparent server, walang dapat na may device or system sa gitna nitong dalawang ito. Importante po yan. Okay, ito naman ay sumasaad na yung pangalawang VCM ay nag-transmit rin. Makita nyo ay mag-transmit din siya sa tatlong servers, no? So, yung transmission ng mga VCM natin ay tatlong beses na simultaneous, no? Para bang kung nag-email ka, may tatlo kang addressee, no? At kung nag-send ka, yung tatlong email addressee na yon ay makakatanggap ng email mo. So kung nag-send itong clustered precinct 2, yung municipal server kung saan siya nakalocate ay makatanggap ng ER sa central servers. Ito ay nasa Intramuros, makatanggap din, at yung transparent server na nakalocate sa UST, no, dito sa Metro Manila. So yan po ang flow ng mga pag-transmit ng ER natin na nakasaad sa terms of reference ng kontratang yan. Okay, so yung natanggap ngayon ng municipal server ay ipapadala niya, i-consolidate niya, no? Lahat ng mga VCM na nagpadala dyan sa munisipyo na yan, i-consolidate nitong municipal server, ito-total niya yan, at yung resulta, ipapadala niya yung certificate of yung kanyang counting doon sa provincial or regional server, no? And isa sa central server. So dalawa yan. Itong path na ito ang tinatawag na ladderized reporting, no? Ladderized. At ito'y nakasaad sa ating batas. Pero makita nyo rin dito na walang dapat na may middleman, no? Diretso palagi lahat to. Okay? And then, kung isimplihin natin yung drawing na yon at ito ang makikita natin end-to-end transmission path, no? At ito actually ang pinakita na schematic diagram ng COMELEC sa publiko at sa mga stakeholders noong March 22, 2022, no? A few months before the election. Kita nyo, lahat ng VCM sa baba, yung nakaitim, ay diretso sa central and sa transparent server. And yung pangatlo niya ay yung municipal server na kung saan siyang munisipyo nakalocate, no? At importante rin malaman na diretso ang path, end-to-end path from VCM to the servers. Yung tatlo na yon, again, I have to emphasize, sabay-sabay yan pinapadala. Walang kaibahan sa kung ikaw ay nagpadala ng isang email sa tatlong addressee, no? Okay. So yan ang dapat sundin sa pag-transmit ng mga election returns from the different 107,000 VCM, resulta ng mga 107,000 presinto na papunta sa pag-canvas, no, para makuha yung total for local government positions and the national government position, president, vice presidents, 12 na senators at isang party list, no, sa national, and of course sa local you have the congressman, the governor, the mayor, vice mayor, and so on and so forth. So ganyan po yung flow ng ating pagbilang o pag-canvas ng mga boto natin pag nagsara ang voting And we all know that the voting closed, nagsara ang pagboto natin noong May 9 at exactly 7. At importante yan, no? Hindi pwede magsara ang mga presinto before 7, the official time. Kasi kung may dumating doon ng 1 minute before 7 at nakasara ka na ng 6:30 p.m., you have deprived that citizen his right of suffrage, no? And that is a crime. Wala dapat na citizens na ma-deprive ng kanyang right of suffrage between the official voting hours. Okay, nasa batas din yon. So, okay. Ano ngayon ang nakita natin? Nagduda tayo nung pagtapos ng unang oras ng bilangan, nagduda tayo sa kaduda-dudang 20 million votes kaagad ang nabilang sa first hour pa lang, no? Ito yung pinakamalaki sa ating history, siguro sa buong mundo pa, no? Na nakabilang ng 20 million isang oras. And in that first hour, sa unang oras na yon, may gagawin pa yung mga teachers, hindi sila makapag-transmit kaagad. So kung nagsara ng 7 p.m. ang mga presinto natin, hindi kaagad makatransmit ng eksaktong 7 p.m. Dahil mayroon pa silang gagawin na ang pinakamatagal doon ay mag-imprenta ng 8 election returns, no? Na i-distribute nila sa mga poll watchers, sa PPCRB, sa mga political party doon, at isa doon ay ilalagay nila sa isang envelope para sa papuntang Congress. So 8 yan, no? At may time and motion study tayo. Galing mismo sa COMELEC, no? Isang video na pinakita nila kung ano katagal mag-imprenta ng ER, no? Sa national, it takes 1 ER for national position takes 1 minuto. 1 minute. So 8 minutes para maprinta yung 8 na walang tigil, no? 8 minutes yan. Then it takes 30 seconds to print a local results of local positions, no? Bakit matagal yung national? Dahil 10 ang presidenteng kandidato noon, 9 na vice president, 64 na senators, at 177 na party list, no? Doon sa party list, doon sa 177 na party list, isa lang yung iboboto mo doon. Isa lang yung i-encircle mo doon. So kaya matagal, it took 1 minute, no, to imprint doon dahil yung ER nang doon lahat ang pangalan kahit 0 yung nakuha na boto, no? So ang party list ang haba na piprint doon at isa lang yung isang boto ng ay makukuha lang ng isang party list from 1 voter, no? So yon. So 12 minutes na ang mag-imprenta ng 8 copies lang, no? 12 minutes na. Kung nagsara yung, and then there are other administrative matters na mas mabilis-bilis. Ito yung officially pagsara, yung announce, magsasara na kami, 7 p.m. na. And then i-configure nila yung ATM para hindi na pwedeng subuan ng balota. Marami yan, no? There are actually 9 steps na kailangan sundin ng teacher. And doon sa video na yon, kung timingan mo yon, that 9 steps before transmission can be made, bago sila makatransmit, ay may at least pinakamabilis. Dahil ang nagde-demonstrate yung instructor, siyempre, bihasa na paggamit niyang VCM na yan, no? So yung pag-demonstrate niya, ang nakuha niyang from closing to transmission is 19 minutes. So kung 19 minutes ang pinakamabilis na ma-accomplish lahat yung kailangan gawain bago makapag-transmit, ay bakit? Kung mapunan nyo rito sa ito'y in-upload ng COMELEC sa kanilang website noong March 23 dahil nagsampa kami ng kaso sa Supreme Court at pinapakomment ang COMELEC, no, na about yung aming petition na i-preserve yung mga data ng transmission logs, no. Hindi kaagad sumagot ang COMELEC. November 3 namin sinampa yung kaso na yon. Sumagot sila bandang January na at or later part niya, humingi sila ng 1 month extension, no? At nagpalabas sila nitong reception logs. At pagtapos nila pinalabas to ng March 23, kasi April 2 yung deadline nila to answer Supreme Court. So pinalabas nila ito sa kanilang website noong March 23, 2023 at siguro 1 week later, bandang end ng March 2023, sinagot nila ang Supreme Court na ito na po, hindi na kami magko-comment dahil pinablicize na namin yung mga logs na transmission logs sa aming website, no, and therefore dismiss nyo na po yung kaso ng tong petition, mandamus petition, dahil moot and academic na because ito na po na publish na namin sa aming website. Yun ang sagot nila. Pero sinagot namin kaagad ang Supreme Court dahil napuna namin kaagad, no? Kung makita nyo yung nakalagay, ito yung paano nila pinalabas sa kanilang website, no? Actually, 4 na columns lang ang pinalabas nila for the whole duration of the election counting period, no? Nag-umpisa sa 1, ang ID ng clustered ID nung presinto, ang unang-unang nagpadala ng kanilang ER is precinct number 310-80039. No? Ito yung isang presinto sa Isabela. At natanggap, kasi kita nyo, reception, date, time, hindi ho transmission. Yung hiningi namin is the transmission of this ID, of this VCM 3110-839. Ang pinadala nila or ang binigay nila is kung kailan na-receive ng transparent server itong pinadala nitong VCM na ito. So, yun kaagad ang sagot namin sa Supreme Court na hindi yung hinihingi namin na pinipetition namin na kanilang i-preserve. Ang pinakita nila doon sa kanilang website are reception logs, no? So may konting deception na sila doon sa Supreme Court. Pending pa ngayon, hanggang ngayon, no? Kung anong magiging decision. Pero tingnan nyo po. Tingnan nyo yung date time na na-receive. Itong pinakaunang transmission na galing sa Isabela, ang kanyang ito'y na-receive, no? Na-receive nung May 9, 1908. Ibig sabihin nun yan, 8 p.m. ng May 9, no? Pero tanong kaagad namin, kung it takes 19 minutes from closing ng 7 o'clock to the earliest printing, dapat ang earliest time na nakarecord dyan is 19 :7 17:00. Di ba po? Bakit bakit 8? No? Hindi rin nila mapaliwanag din yun. No? Pero yun ay isang question namin na may konting problema. Una, diniceive na nila ang Supreme Court. No? Imagine COMELEC deceiving the Supreme Court na pinapasabi nila transmission logs itong na hinihingi namin ang pinakita nila when in fact, it is the same data na pinalabas nila sa transparent server nila which we are actually questioning. No? And then, pinakita pa nila rito na ang pinakaunang BCM ER, election result na na-receive nila ay 7:08 p.m. when it takes 19 minutes from closing to the first transmission. So may konting problema na sila doon. Okay? Pero I would like to tatlong bullet point to na pinakita nila, no? Yung unang bullet point ay yung first hour lang pinakita nila. Yung second bullet point is yung buong, the entire. Kita nyo pa, nakalagay pa transmission logs. When in fact, it is reception, daytime. Nakaklarong-klarong nakapasok doon sa kanilang pinakita sa website nila. At may pangatlong bullet point, raw files, no? Ito ngayon ay very, very important now because this is now the smoking gun, no? Ito ho yung laman ng raw files, a sample of which I will show, no? So, ito yung laman ng raw files. It's a very complicated. Kung hindi kayo IT, ay hindi nyo, of course, maintindihan to. But these files, marami to, no? Malaking files itong nakalagay sa raw files, contains Word documents, no? At dito nakalagay po ang IP address. Ulit, yung IP address is the address noong VCM na nagpadala, no? Yun po. So nakalagay ho dito sa raw files. Wala ho IP address doon sa unang 2 bullet points. Pero mayroon nag-upload ng raw files, no? At God bless whoever uploaded this because dito natin nakuha yung talagang smoking gun, no? And may duda nga kami, well, or almost sure din kami na yung mga IT personnel ng COMELEC na nag-upload nitong raw files ay whistleblowers po. Wala ho itong kaibahan doon sa 1986 na may 32 programmers ng COMELEC na nag-walk out, no, during the counting in that snap election. Ito ho ay wala hong nag-walk out pero pinalabas ho nila itong raw files na hindi dapat. I mean, walang connection itong raw files doon sa first 2 bullets na yun lang naman ang hinihingi ng Supreme Court sa kanila, no? Bakit po? Dahil dito natin naobserbahan na lahat ng IP address na ginamit ng 107,000 VCM all over the country are private, no? Ibig sabihin, naggumawa ng private network at mayroong sumalo, mayroon silang nilagay na system or device between the VCM and the server, no? Na bawal talaga, not only in the terms of reference, but yun nga, sa batas din, no, there must be no man in the middle. Kasi doon sa pag naglagay ka ng man in the middle, yun pwede nilang manipulahin ang mga election results, no? Yun nga iniiwasan natin na may hacker na makapagpasok ng kanyang sistema between the VCMs and the server, yun tinatawag natin na hacking, no? From the outside. Ay mahirap din dahil makagawa tayo ng maraming paraan na ma-prevent yun, no? Mapahirap siya. Pero kung ang hacker ay galing sa inside, para bang ang gumawa ng security system mo, yung gumawa ng bakod ng bahay mo, ay siya rin ang may susi ng iyong paano makapasok ng bahay mo. Hindi, ang dali sa kanya, mahirap nga sa mga ibang mga magnanakaw, no? Pero sa kanya, siya mismo ang nag-design ng security system ng bahay mo, madali siya makapasok, no? At sinong gumawa ng security system na ito? At bakit mayroon sila ang ginawang private network na wala nakakalam. Pati NAMFREL, hindi nila alam to. Nalaman lang natin ito dahil nakapost sa raw files. Kung wala yung raw files hanggang ngayon, ay ngangapa tayo, no? Pero ngayon, mayroon na tayong malakas na ebidensya na nailabag ng Smartmatic, kasi Smartmatic lang naman makagawa nito eh, na naglagay sila ng man in the middle na talagang bawal na bawal. Sekreto po yan, no? na observe natin o na expose dahil ho dito sa kung sino man nag-upload nitong raw files ay dapat saluduhan ho natin siya. Okay. So itong nakita ho natin, no? Nung alam na natin ang mga IP addresses ng each VCM, ay dali na, nakagawa na tayo ng join na natin yung kung ano yung pinalabas ng COMELEC dun sa kanilang reception logs, nilagay natin yung IP address per VCM na nag-transmit, no? Ito ho ang makikita natin ngayon. Ito ho ay talagang resulta ng pagsusuri natin sa mga data na galing mismo sa COMELEC, wala nang iba, no? Sila mismo nagbigay dito eh. So out of the, hindi pa kumpleto dahil talagang mahirap eh. Ang galing din kasi ng pagkagawa, no? Yung reception logs ay PDF file. Ibig sabihin images yun, no? Wala ka nang magawa doon, hindi mo yan mailagay sa Excel file. At yung raw files ay naka-document na hiwalay, no? Pero may IT expert tayo na, and ayaw magpasiguro, but I think he deserves to be known. Kahit pangalang mo lang, siya ho si Oscar Santos, a IT expert based in the United States na nag-analyze nito lahat, no? And I think we owe him. He is a patriot, no? He is a patriot, si Oscar Santos. Yan lang muna ang masabi ko tungkol sa kanya. So dito nakita natin kaagad na yung 3,371 VCM na ginamit, no, sa probinsya ng Cavite ay 3,219 VCM po nito. Lahat iisang IP address. At itong IP address nito ay ang mahiwagang 192.168.0.2, no? So 3,371 VCMs yan na ginamit sa probinsya ng Cavite. Okay? Then sa lahat ng VCM na ginamit sa Batangas, no? Kasi ito lang pa nakikita namin at this present day. Out of 2,858 VCM na nakadeploy sa Batangas, province of Batangas, 2,316 of this VCM, or 81%, have exactly the same IP address, 192.168.02.2, no? Eksaktong parehong-pareho din sa ginamit sa Cavite. At ito yung mas magugulat kayo. Nakuha na rin ho namin ang NCR, hindi pa ganong kumpleto. Pero dito na lang ay malaki ng makikita natin na anomalya, no? Sa National Capital Region, from Valenzuela to Muntinlupa, 10,000 na VCM lahat ang ginamit dito sa National Capital Region. 8,753 VCM na alam natin ang IP as of now, no? At ay 8,644 nito, or 98.8%, have exactly the same private IP address, 192.168.0.2. So nakikita nyo rito may ginamit na isang device sa election na ito, sekreto, at na-expose lang dahil dun sa raw files. At ang may gawa nito is nobody else but Smartmatic, siguro, and known to the COMELEC. Dahil sikreto na itong device na ito ay nagpadala or ginamit para magpadala ng ERs, especially on the first hour. Halos lahat ng VCM na ginamit magpadala do from 7 to 8:02 ay galing sa 192.168.0.2. Isang device lang ito, isang router lang ito. Na bakit doon, no? So questionable ho itong na ito dahil doon sa first hour, itong 192.168.0.2 ang nagpanalo na ho kung sinong winner sa presidente at vice president. Itong device lang ito, no? Dahil after the first hour, hindi na nagbago yung ratio. Hindi na nagbago yung ratio ng presidente and vice president until natapos yung bilangan. So itong device na ito ang nag-set ng ratio na yan, no? So questionable na questionable to. Okay? And then ito nga yung sinasabi ko, yung first hour, no, na nakapagbilang ang transparent server ng 20 million plus votes, ay doon ay strategy po yan to shock and awe the public na tulala na tayo after the first hour. Yan ho nangyari. Na-shock and awe tayo na wala na yung ating fighting spirit, no? Give up na tayo. Hanggang ngayon, pati yung opposition candidates hindi na rin umiimik. Na-shock and awe sila doon sa first hour na yon. Lahat tayo, no? So, yan ay habang di natin imikan to, dahil na-shock and awe tayo nung first hour, at yan ang strategy talaga ng pagbigay ng malaking bilang na ito sa first hour, ay nag-succeed sila doon. No? Pero dapat ngayong alam na natin ang katotohanan, ay, let's get out from our cocoon. No? Let's, dinaya tayo. And we cannot accept that. No? We should not accept that for the sake of our country, for the sake of our democracy. No? Pasagutin ang COMELEC, ano itong 192.168.0.2 na nagbigay ng halos lahat ng transmission noong first hour. Na doon that first hour establish tapos na yung boxing nung first hour na yon. And dahil ito sa itong kadudang-duda na device with a IP address of 192.168.0.2. So yun siguro ay dapat natin malaman dahil kung hindi tayo mag-iimik ngayon, ito pa rin ang klaseng eleksyon na magkakaroon tayo sa 2025 sa barangay election. Ito nang gagamitin na sistema. So, ano ang naging resulta nitong election? Halos wala na tayong opposition. Anong klaseng demokrasya tayo kung walang opposition sa gobyerno natin, no? Sa Congress natin? Kung ito ay sigurado magiging zero ang opposition natin, anong klaseng demokrasya yan, no? Pag-isipan niyo po. At nakakatawa pa ho na itong sistema na nagdaya sa atin, tayo ang nagbayad ng 1.053 billion pesos. Nagbayad tayo para dayain tayo. Kung hindi pa kayo magalit dyan, ewan ko po kung anong talagang we deserve the government that we will get, no? Kung tutulog-tulog pa tayo hanggang ngayon. Kaya ako ho ay na talagang naging emotional ako doon sa prayers ni Father Albert. Ay talaga ho, ito yung klaseng ginagawa sa atin na kung hindi tayo iimik, para ho tayong yung 6 million na Jews na walang imik, nagsunod lang hanggang sa kanilang kamatayan. Ito po, no? The normal use of a private network ay may isang link from a public telco. Kasi kung public IP address, yung 112.206.0, ito ay public address. And only a public address will be known in the World Wide Web, no? Yung private, hindi yan makikita ng other telcos, ng other computers in the www, no? So ito lang. Pero isa lang dahil kinukulang na itong public address, IP address. So inimbento actually itong private network para for the meantime na hindi pa masyadong ini-implement yung IP version 6 ay makapaglagay pa tayo ng mas maraming devices, computers na para pa rin tayo maka-efficiently communicate around, no? So, makita nyo rito from one public IP address, pwede itong ma-share ng, well, almost unlimited na devices. Kung sa loob lang bahay nyo, okay na yung isa, no? Pero yung mga malalaking kumpanya with thousands of devices within their company, ay siguro kukulangin ang isang public IP address. So siguro dadagdag sila mga 100 or even 1,000, no? Na from the telco. Pero that 1,000 will be shared by up to maybe 100,000 of devices within their private network. Ganyan ho ang kwanito, no? Yung 192.168.0.2 na nakita natin from thousands of VCM ay galing sa isang router lang yan. And ang nangyari sa election natin, baliktad doon sa normal use of private network. Nagkaroon ng private network, pero baliktad. Thousands of public IP addresses from VCM pumunta sa router na ito at ginawang isang private IP address, no? Talagang logically ay hindi mo makakuha na anong ibig sabihin, anong use nito? Bakit ginawa ito sa election natin? Walang use ito eh. Ito kasi nakasaad eh. Pwede naman kung mayroon ng mga IP address yung mga VCM, bakit hindi na lang diniretso sa mga servers? Gumawa ka na lang ng firewall para maprotektan mo yan. Yan, madaling gawin talaga yan, no? So in fact, being a telecommunication man since my profession, since I joined the armed forces as second lieutenant, no? I can design a very secured siguro in less than 100 million pesos na sinasabi ng yung kontrata na 1 billion, I can 1/10 of that, kaya na. No? So, parang nagbayad tayo para dayain tayo. Kung hindi pa kayo magagalit niyan, aywan ko po. Talagang hopeless na tayo as a country. Ito ang nangyari sa election natin. Nagkaroon ang mga servers natin nilagay sa isang private network, no? Okay, sinasabi nila for security reason, para hindi malaman yung IP address ng mga servers natin, publiko. Pero yung mga VCM ay nakalagay sa public network kasi nakakonekta sila lahat sa mga telcos at ISPs, no? And ang VCM, kung during that election, isa lang kanilang trabaho. Just to transmit their ERs, which will take about less than a second. Mag-press ka ng send, yung ER na yon 1 segundo or less pa nga, nandun na. No? So you don't actually need to discount because nobody will know when that kung ano yung IP address ng VCM yan, marami yan 107. At pangalawa, kung anong oras magsisend yan. No? Ang poprotektahan natin ay of course yung mga servers, no? Pero you don't need an private network to do that. Pero ginawa nila, no? Kaya mahal. Pero they introduce a man in the middle. And these servers, marami kang magawa. I mean, kung ikaw ay nasa loob, ikaw ang nag-design nito, ikaw ang pwedeng ang dali-dali mong i-hack to. No? Ikaw nag-design, ikaw may access. So, kung may dayaan, hindi ito galing sa labas. Galing ito sa loob. That is one thing sure. Okay? Anong naging resulta? No? Ng itong paggawa ng man in the middle. Kalain nyo, nag-iimprenta, as I've said, nag-iimprenta yung mga VCM natin ng election results para ipakita muna sa mga poll watchers bago nila ito i-transmit, no? So may nakuha tayong mga ERs, no? Na nakuna ng pictures noong May 22 at isa dito yung galing sa Barangay Bambang, Batangas City. Marami ito, no? Pero for lack of time, I'm just going to show you the more serious one. Ito ay inimprenta noong May 9 at 21:10 seconds, 10 minutes 16 seconds, no? Or 9 o'clock PM, 9:10 PM and 16 seconds noong kan. Pero akalain ninyo, iniimprenta pa lang, natanggap na nung transparent server in the first hour, no? Yun sinasabi ko eh. Kaya bumugso ang first hour because hindi pa nga napapadala ng ER ay natanggap na 7:25 PM or 1 oras na tinatype pa lang natanggap. So para ba ako yung nagpadala sa iyo ng text message, tinatype ko pa lang, natanggap mo na pala 1 oras na sa iyo na pala yung tinype ko sa iyo. So anong ibig sabihin niyan? Mayroong man in the middle na alam yung papadala ko sa iyo, kinload niya yung aking cellphone para pag natanggap mo, parang galing sa akin, no? So actually, yan ang nangyari, analogy sa nangyari, no? Kasi imposible, no? Pinatype ko pa lang, then natanggap mo na pala nung tinatype ko pa lang ng 9:10 PM. Natanggap mo na pala ng 7:25, no? Ganyan kakwan yan, no? Na anomalous yan. Ito pa po, Valenzuela City. Kita nyo yung IP address na ginagamit, no? 192.168.0.2. At ito ay natanggap ng 1 hour 17 minutes before. Piniprint pa lang yung, hindi makapag-transmit yan habang piniprint. At siguro, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, can you now conclude? Because
Yes.
yeah,
Okay.
please. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. I'll just go through it. Okay. So ito kaya hindi mapakita ng COMELEC, no, yung transmission logs na galing sa telco na kinumisa, kinumit ni Chairman George Garcia mismo noong October 18, 2022 na ipapakita niya raw sa publiko yung mga transmission logs ng telcos. Hanggang ngayon wala po. At hindi nila mapakita dahil ito na pala yung dahilan. Mahalata na mayroon palang nagmanipula ng ating eleksyon. Okay? So, yeah, thank you very much. Yun lang po.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sir Rio. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes. So our next speaker, can we?
Ikakan ko lang yung aking, ba't hindi ko makikita yung unshare? Saan ba yung?
Our next, ang ikatlo nating tagapagsalita ay si retired Colonel Leonardo Odonio. Sinabi niya na kung may isang bagay na pinagmamalaki niya, siya ay PMA graduate of class 1964. Maikling panahon na nakilala namin si retired Colonel Odonio, napapahanga kami sa kanyang fearlessness, walang takot-takot. Ugat nito ang kanyang pagmamahal para sa bansa at ang matindi niyang nais na makatulong sa pagbabago ng ating bansa bago siya pumanaw. Ang fearlessness niya nahubog din sa kanyang mga karanasan bilang isang sundalo. The second lieutenant in the Philippine Army, he was sent to Central Luzon for combat duty against communist insurgents, was given combat promotion to captain by then President Ferdinand Marcos for meritorious performance against elements of the New People's Army. Sir Odonio? There he is.
Magandang umaga po sa inyo lahat. After our year-long research for the truth about the anomalous 2022 elections, our retired General Eliseo Rio finally found direct evidence that Smartmatic, not the Philippine people, elected Mr. Marcos in conspiracy with COMELEC. Given that, I say Mr. Marcos is an illegitimate president. He has no legal authority, much less moral ascendancy to govern our country. 1 year that Mr. Marcos was in Malacanang, what has happened to our country? One, independent news reporting has it that we now have a criminal syndicate based in Malacanang, masquerading as the government. Number two, the pork barrel, already decided to be illegal by the Supreme Court, is back with a new name, PDAF. Congressmen reportedly making up to 50% in total cut on the appropriation for an infrastructure project, including their cut on the contract price of the project as their commissions. Number three, the illegitimate president and his cabinet secretaries each has hundreds of millions of pesos in audit-free intelligence funds. Smuggling and illegal drug trade are back with vengeance. The Speaker of the House stopped the House committee hearing the smuggling and hoarding of onions, which brought the price to 150 per kilo, when the brother of the First Lady was named in the first and only hearing as partner of the Chinese, who was the principal in the smuggling of goods into the country. Number 5, our national government debt was recorded at 13.7 trillion. When the as of end of January 2023, our inflation rate is high at 6.1%. The price of rice, which Mr. Marcos budol the Filipino in bring down the price of rice down to 20 pesos per kilo, still at 50 pesos per kilo. This uncaring commander-in-chief of ours had the gumption to announce a huge cut in pension, including General Ellis in my meager pension, to avert what he said is a looming fiscal crisis facing the national government. Natanong tuloy ni General Magalong, PMA class of 1982, Mayor of Baguio City, who will lead our anti-corruption campaign with PMA graduates forming the core of the anti-corruption force, asking, bakit tayong kasundaluhan, handang mamatay para sa bayan? Bakit yung mga congressman at iba pang sa gobyerno ayaw bitawan ang bilyon-bilyon nilang pork barrel at intelligence funds? Kailangan bawasan nilang pension namin? Mga retired officers and men, and those in the active service, hayaan ba natin ito? Ang tanong, bakit po natin narating ang ganitong sitwasyon ng paghihirap ng ating bayan at mga mamamayan? Ang sagot, dahil po ang ating corrupted election system at ang corrupt COMELEC natin do not make easy the election of competent Filipinos, those with moral compass, to do what is good for the people, not for themselves, as well as those with vision and capacity to bring this benighted land of ours to an era of sustained peace and prosperity and growth. And those with the determination to enforce drastic reforms in our decadent social, economic, and political order. Mahirap po silang manalo sa eleksyon kasi po wala silang pambili ng boto. Ang nananalo sa eleksyon under the present scheme of things ay yung may resources para mamili ng boto at mabayaran ang Smartmatic at COMELEC para sila ang panaluhin. Then, kapag nakaupo na sila, magnanakaw sila ulit para mabawi ang ginastos nila sa nakaraang eleksyon at para maghanda ng even bigger campaign chest for the next election. Should I say, down with the political dynasties, down with the political elite that controls our election, our government, the economy, the happiest people of the country, everything and everyone. And so, after the disaster that the 2022 election was, I decided, being true to myself as the reformist and activist that I think I am, I must do what I can do to help stop this vicious cycle of election after election in our country being marked by anomalies. So after 4 months of futile waiting, the transmission of the 20 million votes counted by BCMs at percentage level and transmitted to the transparency server at COMELEC in only 1 hour. They decided to go to the Supreme Court for a writ of mandamus to prevent the telco exposing of cyber data from the 2022 election. I suggested to General Rio, let me take on the COMELEC myself so you, the trio, can focus on your Supreme Court of competition for mandamus. So on November 28, 2022, I sent COMELEC a formal request for the same proof of transmission of the 20 million votes the TNT trio failed to secure from COMELEC. I told COMELEC that I was making the request, and in doing so, I'm invoking my constitutional right of access to information of public concerns in the hands of a government agency under the Freedom of Information regime in the country. I reminded COMELEC that failure to provide the information I asked for in 15 days required by law is violating my constitutional right. And I warned the commissioners that I would file an impeachment complaint in Congress if they refused to respect my constitutional right. I made at least 3 follow-up requests, in each of which I reiterated my reminder that I was making the request in accordance with my constitutional right, and that should they violate my right, I would bring an impeachment case against them in Congress. The COMELEC commissioners ignored all those requests. So my decision to file an impeachment case myself. The TNT trio joined me as co-complainants. In early March 2023, 4 months after I sent my first of 4 letters to COMELEC, all without response, I said to myself, enough is enough. So I sent that a final demand to COMELEC, advising the commissioners they have violated my constitutional right, and therefore I was filing in Congress in 7 days my impeachment complaint against them. Finally, on March 20, 2023, Chairman Garcia wrote to ask me to take delivery of the transmission logs he was finally releasing to us, and that I should come to his office to personally take delivery of the documents. The post-transmission logs were vital evidence for us. General Rio, who offered to come with me, noted right away that the documents in the envelope were reception logs. Deception logs, I call them. Chairman Garcia, in the morning of March 23, even held a press conference to announce to the public he was releasing to me transmission logs that afternoon. Until the last minute, COMELEC was deceiving me and the public that it was releasing the transmission logs to us. What was released to us that day was reception logs, which we did not need for our case build-up. Bakit po? COMELEC could not have given us any transmission log for any of those 20 million votes because, as General Rio showed earlier, there were no transmissions made from BCMs at precinct level of those 20 millions. Those votes were non-existent. They were faked, F-A-K-E-D, pinik nila. They were fake votes. Pre-program na nila yan bago magsimula ang eleksyon by Smartmatic and COMELEC and transmitted illegally through a private network. So I started writing the articles for impeachment against the commissioners, including the grounds for impeachment for culpable violation of the Constitution and for betrayal of public trust. COMELEC violated their constitutional mandate to ensure honest, fair, and transparent elections. With the help of private lawyer who reviewed my draft for sufficiency of form and substance pro bono, we finalized the whole articles of impeachment March 23, 2003. Then I started looking for the congressman to endorse my impeachment complaint as required by law. With Congress already co-opted by the ruling party with only 3 Makabayan Black party list congressmen considering themselves as the opposition in Congress, it was not going to be a walk in the park for me to find a congressman endorser. Fortunately, Father Flavi, a friend of mine, referred me to to former Congressman Nery Colmenares, the leader of the Makabayan Bloc. We had a first meeting with 3 prospective congressperson endorsers, 6/2023, for a briefing by General Rio for the prospective endorsers on how the 2022 election was rigged. We are now awaiting the availability of the prospective endorsers for one final briefing before the sign-off, I hope, on the impeachment complaint. I see this happening days after the SONA of the illegitimate president and the filing in a week after signing. That would put this filing in mid-August at the earliest, barring delays in the Committee on Justice's scheduling of our filing. Right off, I can see some, if not a long delay in Congress taking up our impeachment complaint. Congress, as a matter of policy and procedure, takes up the budget proposal of the executive branch as the first item on each annual legislative agenda. I suppose the Kawatans in Congress will examine the budget proposal in much more detail, not necessarily on the need for its budget item or reasonableness of amount appropriated. If I know the minds of congressmen, they could quarrel lengthily if silently for projects in their districts they could make the most money from. In terms of percentage of their shares in the approved project cost allocation, and in what their chosen contractors can pay them back in terms of commission. So we will have a further delay in getting our impeachment up for a prosecution in the lower house. With that delay, kikita naman, mas malaki yung masiswerteng congressmen natin. Kawawang bayan, kawawang Filipino. My mission is not complete though, with the impeachment complaint in process. On my table are tasks to complement the GTTAN's self-mandated mission of helping prevent the subversion of the electoral will of the Filipino people, including, as a knowledgeable friend of mine said, what they, the smartmatic and the incoming First Lady, did last summer to ensure Mr. Marcos's victory and celebrate the victory less than 2 hours from close of voting on May 9, and to secure the contract for the 2025 elections for Smartmatic a few days after the May 9 elections. I will file a supplement petition with COMELEC following the TNT3U's initial and supplemental petitions for the disqualification of Smartmatic from any contract in this country. My supplemental petition would provide proof that COMELEC's terms of reference for the contract for the AES for the 2020 election make Smartmatic as the only qualified bidder. My petition will also show as evidence a video of Mr. Marcos days after losing to Attorney Robredo in the 2016 election, saying Smartmatic is not selling election systems. It is selling the young system. Well said, Mr. Marcos, well said. Number 2, I will file a petition for our Bureau officials persona non grata and ban them from entering the country. And then I will find ways, hopefully with GTTAN support, to announce to the world that Smartmatic has been banned from doing business in the Philippines so that other countries can have legal basis for those countries to ban Smartmatic from theirs. And I will reiterate a face-to-face request I made 2 months ago to Senators Ontiveros and Pimentel to file a resolution for the Senate to investigate the anomalies in the 2022 election. Pero bago po ako magtapos, hayaan po ninyo akong magpahayag ng daing at pakiusap. Ako po ay 80 years old. si General Rio, 78 years old. Hindi po namin ninyo na kaming dalawang matatanda na dapat ay hindi na sumasali sa mga political issues na mga at naglalagay na lamang dapat sa aming comfort zones sa kukunti ng lamang panahon naming naiiwan sa mundong ito. Ay nakikibaka pa rin. Nasaan po ang ating mga kabataan? Nasaan na sila ang nasa front line ng ating laban para sa inyong kinabukasan tulad na ginawa ko noong 1986. Vice President Lenny, nasaan po kayo? Kayo na lamang po ang nakikita namin makakatulog ng malaki sa laban namin ito para sa bayan. Hinihintay po namin kayo. Kayo po sa opposition, mga talunan dahil sa dayaan ng 2022 election, bakit po ayaw niyong kami samahan? Samahan niyo po kami sa laban para sa katotohanan at katarungan. Kayo po ang aming binoto dahil kayo po sana ang magbibigay sigla at lakas sa ating laban para sa bayan. Kayo pong nakakaraming mga kababayan natin. Kung hindi man po ninyo kami na maasahan sa laban namin, masasamahan sa laban namin ito, sana po magsasama-sama tayo sa darating na tunay na laban ng masang Pilipino. Ang mag-people power tayo kung sakali pong ayaw bumitaw sa pangyarihan ng taong hindi naman natin binotong presidente. Lalaban po tayo para sa katutunayan, sa justisya, para sa atin at para sa bayan. Sabi nga po ng isang sumulat ng post sa social media na dapat nating isa-isip at isa-puso. People power is more powerful than people in power. At sa inyo pong mga Pilipino na naninirahan na sa ibang bansa, sa malalayong bansa, na patuloy ang masidhing pagmamahal sa ating bayan. Ay kapiling natin sa forum na ito in spirit, if not in person, bilang mga kasapi ng Global Transparency and Transformation Advocacy Network na nag-organize ng forum natin ito. Sila natutulong sa ating bayan against the subversion of the critical will of the Filipino people na nangyari noong 2022 election natin in a much bigger scale than past elections. Marami pong salamat sa inyo. Pagpalain po kayo ng may kapal sa patuloy niyong pagmamahal at pag-aruga sa bayan ninyong tinubuan. Salamat.
Salamat po, Sir Odonio. I suppose, can we just have just 3 minutes break? I think we have been taking in so much. Just 3 minutes break, please.
Salot. Lumalala ang salot sa kirot na dulot ng malalansang salita. May nagdala ng virus ng bastos na biro at pambabalangga. Nahawa ang madla sa pagmumurang walang takip-mukha. Dumagsa ang patay na lason sa laway ng sangas-sangang dila. Akalain mo bang pinapalakpakan talumpating malaswa? Sinasaluduhan mismo ang pinunong masimuno ng sagwa. Kalat na ay ikinakalat pa ang mga peking balita. Kinakandaduhan ang pinto at bintana ng medyang malaya. Ginagamit ang batas bilang matalas na sandata ng malaya. Inahati ang hukbo habang nagpapatuta sa bansang sugapa. Kinakaratulahan, biktimang bulagta, binubura pati gumita. Sino kayong siga? Matapang dumura sa mukha ng may likha. Ang salitang kabiyak ng totoo'y pinanggagarasan. Ang layo-layo na natin sa panahong may dakilang adika sa kartilya ng katipunan na sariling dugo ang ipinanlagda ang Artikulo 6 sa taong may hiya ang salita'y manunumpa. Limutin niyo na ako, ngunit huwag sana tong aking babato. Pag ang lipunay wala ng paggalang sa dangal ng diwa, guguho ang katwiran, gusali ng budhi ay sabay magkikiba. Mawawala na rin, wala na ngang mangingilatis ng tama. Pag ang pinunoy, di man lang mabigkas, katagang kalinga, bukang bibigay poksa, walang ginawa tayong utak. Pagtuluyang nadungo ang ibang propeta, pari at makata, katumbas nito ay pagsuko sa Diyos-Diyosang gawa-gawa. Darating ang araw. Ngayon na nga, loob natin mauusasan. Paano tayo nakisangkot sa pagsugpo sa salot? Harinawa, di tayo mautal at mangatal pag hinarap na tayo ni Bathala. Ako'y inalipusta. Sino nga sa inyo ang tumindig at nagsalita?
Thank you. We're going to the second part of our forum. We have our reactors who are representing different sectors. I will introduce all of them first and then ask them to present the reactions or response to the speakers or to the theme of the forum or other related issues in 5 minutes each. Representing the church is Bishop Jose Colin M. Bagaforo of Kidapawan, who is the chairman of the CBCP Episcopal Commission on Social Action, Justice and Peace, and was reappointed as president of Caritas. The face of the mission of the church to our poor and marginalized, and is at the front line of the work of the church, the justice and peace in our country. It is a man of a cloak like him who best represents the church, which is truly the presence of Jesus in our midst, among our poor, and whose death on the cross was the ultimate act of his struggle for truth and justice. Representing politics is Teddy Bagdilat, who is currently the Secretary General of the Liberal Party. Government experience and advocacies of Sir Maguilat are multiple and plural. But if asked what is it that defines himself, he says he's a katutubo, activist, organizer, ifugao. Whether as public official or an environmental advocate, this is what defines him. Ang nakakukit sa kanyang puso ay ang ifugao. This is where his heart belongs. Rising from being a municipal councilor to mayor and then governor of Ifugao, he helped remove the province from the list of poorest provinces in the Philippines. Then he was elected as congressman representing the Lone District of Ifugao for 2 consecutive years. His heart also belongs to the work of the environment. He is currently organizing a national movement for volunteers for the environment and indigenous people's rights called the Angat Kalikasan Philippines. Representing the press, Darius Bondok, who is an investigative journalist of Philstar, a multi-awarded journalist for 41 years. His columns are noted for deep research and analysis. Grades he picked up from the anthropology school at the University of the Philippines, Diliman in 1970. Covers a broad range of topics: politics, government, economy, society, religion, culture, world events. Peers and readers admire him for his fearless expose of bureaucratic corruption and ineptitude, ignoring threats to his safety and at times to his family. He pounds away on his keyboard with the aim to somehow influence the course of events for the better. To this, he has been given awards by different groups, organizers and societies, one of which was the coveted Metrobank Foundation Journalist of the Year Award in 2013. Representing the field of law is Attorney Oswald Magno. He attended the University of the Philippines, Diliman, graduating with degrees in political science in 1967 and law in 1971. He worked immediately after graduation from law school with the Constitutional Convention of 1971. He passed the bar the same year among the top 20, getting the 16th place. Having been the convener of the mandamus group in GTTAN, he is a man of vision. As a man of the law, he is tireless in his fight for truth and justice. After graduating valedictorian in elementary and high school at St. Teresa's College, where she was also the president of the Student Council, Olivia Flores Camacho attended UP Diliman, where she completed AP Psychology in 1970, where she also taught while she was in graduate school. She was the ever first female faculty member of the Philippine Military Academy in the Department of Social Sciences. After her defining experience of the EDSA Revolution in 1986, she and her husband, retired Colonel Guy Camacho, PMA Class 65, have pursued their advocacy since moving to Canada. The convener of Malaya Canada and One Sambayan Canada, Livy as we call her, represents the indomitable energy and resilience of women leadership. Sylvia Pimentel Susan comes from the original political family of Camarines Norte, Bicol. This explains her passion for the politics of this country, where she brings a strong voice of women in any exchange and conversation among like-minded individuals as well as adversaries. She speaks of having grown up in a remote coconut farm without community, electricity, and water as her main source of strength and education, which she drew from when she first started the Flowers for Sylvia in 1978, which today, after 45 years, remains a sought-after high-end brand amid stiff competition at the national and international level. She brings the same mettle and grit of her entrepreneurship, our fight for truth and justice. And the last, but not the least, in the gospel's purview, the last is the first, is Representative Daniel Raul Velar, the first, only, and genuine voice of the youth in the Philippine Congress. Being a member of 30 out of 79 House committees and author of more than legislative measures in his 100 days in office, he is among the 10 most prolific incumbent lawmakers to date. Raul has always been exemplary and extraordinary, having graduated as the first summa cum laude of UP Visayas in Iloilo, where he earned his BS Applied Mathematics degree and was awarded as the most outstanding graduate. Having always been a recognized leader among his peers, Raul was unanimously selected as a student regent, the sole student representative to the UP Board of Regents, which is the highest policy-making body across all campuses. He served as president of the National Union of Students of the Philippines, the country's broadest and longest existing alliance of student councils and government. He championed the right of the youth to education and led students' efforts that brought the enactment of the free college education program in state universities and colleges. It is truly my honor to present to you our reactors. Bishop, can you please begin?
Nakamute si Bishop. Bishop, nakamute kayo.
Can you unmute, Bishop?
Oh, ito, okay na?
All right.
Am I okay?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much to everyone. Magandang tanghali po sa inyong lahat. First, I would like to state that I would not be speaking in behalf of the Catholic Bishops' Conference of the Philippines sapagkat I was not able to ask their permission that I will be I will be joining this conference. But let me just state what I am going to say. I have heard General Trio many times already. We had been together since last year nung inumpisahan natin itong laban natin tungkol sa nangyaring eleksyon noong nakaraang Mayo 2022. In general, let me state that I believe in the views presented by General Trio. Yung kanyang analysis, very convincing on my part. And that's the reason why, even up to now, ay kasama ko sa laban natin tungkol sa pagtingin natin sa nakaraang eleksyon. Yung 2022 election ay lutong Macau. It was rigged and there was a technical or a digital machination ng dagdag bawas na nangyari nung 2022 Mayo election. Pangalawa, ibig ko lang iparating sa inyo ang sentimento ng CBCP. Sapagkat 2 beses na ako ay nagsalita sa harap ng CBCP. Unang-una ay nung inintroduce ko si General Trio at ang grupo na magsalita in the plenary last January, I think, or last July. But there was an opportunity where General Trio was able to speak in front of the plenary, in front of the CBCP. At yun ang unang nagsalita ako in favor sa cause na ipinaglalaban ng grupo ni General Trio, pinaglalaban natin. Pangalawa, very recently, nung July, of this month, nung kami ay nagkaroon ng plenary sa Kalibo, and I presented yung another issue tungkol sa PPCRB. At nung present ko yung PPCRB, isa sa mga reason yung naging posisyon namin tungkol o laban sa PPCRB ay itong presentation na which I believe na yung election was really there was a technical machination that happened ng dagdag bawas. At in summary, let me share with you yung katayuan ng CBCP. Kaya hanggang ngayon ay katulad ng expectation ni General Trio, yun din ang expectation na the whole CBCP ay mag-rally behind us. Pero ito yung kanilang observation. Let me just share it with you para malaman naman natin ang sentimento, siguro quotation mark, ng simbahan, yung naging reaction ng CBCP in my presentation. Number one talaga, sabi nila, yung presentation is based on the analysis and opinions of General Trio and his grupo. And they respect it. He entitled lang sino man na gumawa ng ganong klaseng mga analysis o ganong klaseng pagtingin, pag-aaral tungkol sa nangyari noong 2022 election. Ang katanungan lang, number 2, ay katulad ng tanong ni Colonel Ondonio na bakit, why aren't the opposition, the Pink Party, making any loud or strong complaints, o bakit hindi sila nag-file ng case against the 2022 election results, Why there was no public outcry coming from the opposition, kung talagang meron bang nangyaring dayaan, sila yung number one stakeholders doon. Sana ay nakisama sila sa ating ipinaglalaban. So that's the very big questions that nasa at the at the back of the mind of many of the CBCP. Ano? Pangatlo, malakas pa rin ang credibility ng PPCRB sa mga obispo kasi after all many bishops are very actively in support of PPCRB. Kaya wala naman akong sinabi na ganun ang PPCRB, ano? Wala namang sinabi ng PPCRB na ganung klaseng dayaan ang nangyari. In fact, they were able to monitor the whole election. And at the end, sabi nila, may konting mga fraud, may konting vote buying, may konting anomaly. But in general, the election was good. The election was, quotation mark, if I may use the word, no? I could be wrong with this, but quotation mark, credible naman, accepted naman by all. Wala naman silang sinabi na lutong Macau yung pagkapanalo ni BBM at saka yung kanilang mga partido. Masama lang ang loob ng maraming mga obispo na in spite and despite of all their campaigns, a quotation mark again, against BBM, ay nanalo pa rin si BBM as seen in the results of the election results. So, yun ang sabi ng mga kaobispuan in general. Pangapat, sabi ng mga obispo rin, yung NAMPREL, si Gas, Lagman, at the very big, right after the audit na nangyari sa Diamond Hotel, came out with a statement that acceptable. They were in a position, in agreement with the result of the election. In other words, nag-consent sa COMELEC result yung, inaasahan nila yung credible organization na NAMPREL. Yun lang, sabi nila, because this is already after election, ang general mind ng mga obispo is yung election tribunal na mag-handle nito at saka Supreme Court, bakit hindi mag-file ng official complaint case, in the Supreme Court, So yun ang kanilang ang sentimento in general na pinalabas ng CBCP in two of my presentation about this case, Again, I would like to say, I will always stand with the presentation and analysis of General Trio. I pray that a time will come that other bishops will do the same, and collectively and appropriately respond to this calamity that has happened to our democracy. Siguro probably during my presentation I do not have that charisma of being able to convince the CBCP to our cause. Pero let everyone be assured, on the part of EXA-JP, under my leadership, at saka under my term, together with my staff and together with my executive director, si Father Tony, kami ay niniwala, na there is a lotong Macau na nangyari, at we would like to say that we will continue to support General Trio in whatever capacity we have, But yung nga, ang factor talaga dito is yung mga bishops, how to be able to convince them, how to be able to make them believe, siguro we will find another way of doing that, another strategy of doing that na malaman talaga at saka ma-properly inform sila na merong lutong Macau na nangyari noong 2022 election. Yung mga social action directors naman natin in the 86 dioceses that we have, very dependent yan sila in terms of what actions, course of action to take. Very dependent yan sila sa mandate ng kanilang mga obispo. Whatever would be the stand of the bishop, they take quotation mark, they take command from the words of the bishops. Ganon yung mga social action directors natin. So, from all the analysis, at saka marami pang mga speakers, let me just conclude na palagay ko lang, I could be very radical. Nabanggit ko, nasabi ko na rin to sa iba. Tatlo ang mga malalaking puwersa, if I may say it, tatlo ang malalaking puwersa sa Pilipinas. Number one, syempre, yung military. Nasa kanila yung armas eh. Pangalawa, yung mga businessmen natin. Yung mga quotation mark, mga oligarch natin, the one that handles the whole thing about ng ating ekonomiya. Powers to reckon yan sila. And sometimes, they, quotation mark again, they influence the result of the election. At pangatlo, with all humility, sabi nila, ay yung simbahan. Any one of them can independently lead whatever, and I'm sure the others, if convinced, will join them. So siguro, tinitingnan din natin malakas ngayon yung ating sandataan pang ating armed forces of the Philippines. Nagpahayag na yung ibang mga karamihan, mga retired, mga generals. Siguro yung mga present na nasa, yun ang hamon natin. Kung talagang tapat sa bayan at para sa bayan ang kanilang pagserbisyo, yung mga nasa posisyon ngayon ng ating Armed Forces of the Philippines, siguro ay maganda rin na pag-isipan at we ask you to join our cause. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bishop. Sir Teddy?
Hasn't come in yet, Tina. Teddy, the Vila hasn't come in yet.
Yes, he was not able to come in?
He's not in.
He's not in?
Can we go to the next one first?
Yes. Can we ask Mr. Bondo?
Thank you very much. Magandang araw sa ating lahat. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Before 1992 election, I used to cover only the conduct and the result of the elections. Until 1992, I became involved in the preparation for the elections because the COMELEC compelled us in the media because of the law at the time na meron dapat media-based citizens quick count. Kaya inobliga po kami ng COMELEC noon na mag-form ng isang media citizens quick count at ako po ay naging miyembro po ng National Council noon at co-chairman for Metro Manila. And since then, every 3 years thereafter, na-involved na rin po ako at nagko-cover din sa mga preparasyon ng mga eleksyon. At ang pamamahayag kasi po, sinasabi, this is history being written as it unfolds. Now, babalikan ko pa lang po, mabilis kung ano po yung naganap mula po nung nagkaroon tayo ng automated election system hanggang ngayon po na ito na napakalaking expose po ni General Eliseo Rio. Noong 2008, diyan po unang sinubukan ang electronic elections sa ARMM, Autonomous Region for Muslim Mindanao. Dalawa pong kumpanya ang hinire noon. Ang isa po doon ay ang Smartmatic. Ang hinawakan po ng Smartmatic ay ang election sa Mindanao noon, Maguindanao, tapos yung ibang probinsya, iba po ang humawak na kumpanya. Ang produkto ng Smartmatic noon ay yung tinatawag na DRE, Direct Reading Electronic System. Touch screen po ito. Pag pindot nyo sa screen, lalabas na kagad yung boto doon, yung count. Ang kabila po, ang ginamit ay yung optical mark reader or yung PCOS, precinct count optical scanner. Yun po ang ginamit nung kalaban ng Smartmatic. 2008, ipinasa po yung AES law, no po, Automated Election System Law. 2009, nagkaroon na po ng bidding dito. Nung pumasok po ang isa sa 8 bidders, ang Smartmatic, nagulat ang mga tao na ang binebenta niya na noon ay yung OMR na o yung PCOS machine na. Hindi na yung sinasabi niyang direct reading electronic system. Sinabi pa niya sa website niya before that, noong 2008, na delikado yung OMR na yan, yung PCOS na yan, kasi hindi accurate yung resulta niyan, madaling manipulahin yan, mga PCOS na yan, nasa website niya. At sinabi niya, dahil dyan sa madaling manipulahin yan, this will cause civil unrest. Nasa website po ng Smartmatic yan. Pero 2009, nung bidding, ang binebenta niya na yung PCOS. Sabi pa ng 2 American companies no na nag-participate sa PCOS, hindi naman yan original. Kailangan nasa batas kasi, ikaw ang original owner ng hardware at software. Sinabihan siya in-expose siya nung Sequoia, na isang malaking kumpanya sa Amerika na nagbebenta ng election systems, na ganito rin, election system provider. Sinasabi, salesman lang namin yan dati. So, pero tinanggap pa rin ng COMELEC. Ito nakakapagtaka ang COMELEC. Mulat sa poll. Mukhang pumapaan, may kilya. Kumikiling sila. Nung product demonstration, umusok ang baterya ng Smartmatic PCOS. Ibig sabihin, hindi na dapat pwede yan. Umuusok yung baterya, nasunog. Okay. Ang sabi nila, hindi baliwala raw yun dahil hindi raw bahagi ng makina yung baterya. Imposibleng mangyari yon kasi ang nasa provisions ng batas at nung terms of reference ng bidding ay kailangan bahagi ang baterya, backup batteries ng makina. So, tinanggap pa rin yung bid nila. Okay, nanalo sila, 2010 election sila nag-conduct. Napakalaki ng gastos po rito, no? 12 billion pesos para sa lease. Inupahan lang yung 97,000 PCOS machines at 124,000 each, ano po? At inabot po ng 12 billion pesos. Ang masaklap dito, no, sa 12 billion pesos na to, yun lang pang-upa pa lang yun, ano? Between elections, every 3 years ang elections, ibobodega mo pa yan. 400 million pesos ang cost ng pagbobodega. Tapos may accessorizing pa yan tuwing election, i-accessorize mo pa yan para makapag-transmit yung mga BCMs na yan, yung mga PCOS machines, 1 billion piso pa po yan na dagdag. Tapos may mga iba pa pong mga pangangailangan na sa ganitong klaseng election system nila is another 1 billion pesos. So every 3 years yan po mga nagagasta natin. Tapos nung 2010 election, kung maaalala nyo, 2 weeks before election day, nagka-aberya, sabi, kesyo raw yung 97,000 na PCOS machines na meron silang SD cards, ay corrupted daw yung SD card, yung secure digital card. Kaya 2 weeks before, kinailangan bumili ng 97,000 SD cards at pinalitan lahat yan. And also 97,000 backup cards, pinalitan lahat yan. Hindi na na-review kung ano yung ikinabit nila ron, kung ano yung nilaman ng cards na yon. Na yan, lumabas na election 2010. Kaduda-dudang resulta kasi hindi na-review kung ano yung pinasok nilang SD cards, maaring naluto yung resulta. 2013, Mayo ang eleksyon. Enero pa lang ng 2013, biglang nagkaroon ng kaso sa Delaware, sa United States. Dinimanda ng Smartmatic ang Dominion Company of Canada. Bakit daw? Kasi ayaw na silang paggamitin ng software para sa PCOS. Lumitaw ang totoo. Hindi pa rin sila may-ari ng software ng PCOS. And yet, natapos yung kaso nila early May. Tinuloy pa rin yung kontrata sa kanila ng COMELEC noong May 2013. Sila pa rin, miski hindi sila may-ari ng software, inobliga lang yung Dominion na paggamit pa rin sa kanila for the 2013 election, sila pa rin ang naging kontratista. Doon lumabas ngayon yung kaduda-duda na namang resulta. Kung maaalala nyo, 60-30-10 trend ng senatorial candidate. 60% lahat ng ng mga administration candidates. 30% ng boto mula sa poll nasa mga oposisyon, 10% sa mga independent mula consistent. 2016 sila pa rin. Tapos si Vice President candidate Bongbong Marcos Jr. mismo nag-complain. Dinaya ako ng PCOS machine. Dinaya ako election cheating machinery yung Smartmatic, sinabi niya. 2019 election. Sinabi pa, naobliga pa si Senator Richard Gordon, isa sa mga kumakda ng AES law, sabi niya, naobliga pa siyang pumunta sa Korte Suprema para pilitin, obligahin ang COMELEC na paggamitin ang Smartmatic nung nagpag-i-issue ng resibo, yung VVPAT, yung Voter Verified Paper Audit Trail, yung parang resibo ng mga boto natin. Isa yan sa maraming mga safeguards pero hindi sinusunod ang batas. 2022 election, ano ang nangyari? 6 na provisions ng AES law hindi po sinunod ng COMELEC. Number 1 dyan, yung requirement na yung 3 members ng Board of Election Inspectors, 3 teachers sa bawat presinto, dapat lahat sila may digital signature or passcode para paandarin yung PCOS machines. Ano po? Before that, let me add, nadagdagan nga pala ng 10,000 PCOS machines. Inupahan natin, nilist na naman natin for 80,000 plus each. Nagbayad tayo ng 842 million pesos para sa dagdag na 10,000 lang. Na kaya naging 107,000 ang PCOS machines natin. Okay. Tapos, hindi inobliga na gumamit ng digital signatures yung 3 members ng Board of Election Inspectors except sa Metro Manila, Cebu City at Davao City. The rest of the country, ang meron lang passcode para paandarin ang PCOS ay yung chairman ng BEI. Ito kaduda-duda na. Pangalawa, merong mga na dapat pinapayagan mag-monitor ang mga election watchdogs nung ballot printing tsaka nung SD card formatting. Yung ballot printing, pinayagan ng COMELEC ang PPCRB na panoorin ng pag-iimprenta nung 70% na ng balota ang naiimprenta. 30% na lang napahabol. Tsaka lang sila sinabi, manood kayo mula rito sa bintana na ito habang nag-iimprenta ron. Ang palusot, siyempre, COVID-19. Yung SD card formatting, hindi po nakapanood ang mga watchdogs. Meron pa nga umaangal na hindi siya pinayagan, hinarang po siya doon pa lang sa parking lot, doon sa kung saan gagawin yon. Sa parking lot pa lang, hinarang siya ng security. At nag-complain siya sa COMELEC, walang ginawa ang COMELEC. Number 3, sabi doon sa isa pang provision ng batas, 6 na dokumento kailangan i-submit at ipaskel ng COMELEC sa kanilang website 90 days before election day or February 9, at least 90 days before. 4 po ron, hindi ginawa doon sa 6 na dokumentong yon. Nag-resolution po ang COMELEC May 6, 2022, 3 days before election day. Sabi nila, hindi natin na ipaskel ito kasi late na sinubmit, kasasubmit ngayon lang araw na ito. So ipinaskel nila yan 2 days after election, May 11. Tsaka lang nila pinaskel sa kanilang website yung 4 sa 6 na dokumento na dapat sinubmit nila noon pang February 9. At hindi lang basta kunwari pinaskel. Hindi mo may click yung link. Hindi mo mabubuksan yung link dun sa website nila. Parang pinaskel lang pakitang tao. Wala rin mangyari. Tapos may mga iba pa. Yung hanggang doon sa hindi na-review ang source code ng transparency server, central server, backup server. Tapos yung sinasabi po na kanina ni Bishop Magaforo na sabi raw ng NAMFREL, yung ang random manual audit ay okay naman. Ang pinanghawakan po ng NAMFREL, in-oversee nila yung mga teachers na nag-RMA, random manual audit. Naka-closed door po yun sa isang 5-star hotel. Ang pinanghawakan po ng NAMFREL mismo ay yung audit mismo. Ano po? Just to put it in proper context, the auditing itself. But wala pang control ang NAMPREL doon sa pagpili ng mga presinto na kung saan yung mga ballot boxes dadalhin sa Maynila. Yun pong electronic tombiolo na pumili po ng mga presinto, hindi po na source code review. At dumating po yung maraming mga ballot boxes doon sa RMA Center, ni wala pong padlock, ni ano lang, naka-twist tie lang. So, yun ang po just to put these things in the proper context. Ano po ang naging resulta nito? Ang naging resulta, maraming katakataka. Yun nga pong dumagsak agad, ang dami-daming boto na within the first hour, and then after that pababa na, which is parang it defies all other election results in the Philippines and in the world. Pangalawa, mas mataas po ang boto ng Vice President kaysa sa President for the first time, and isa pa, mas mataas ang boto ng Presidente at Vice President kaysa doon sa number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5 sa Senado. First time nangyari ito. At ngayon, nalaman natin kung bakit nagkakaganito. Ito na po ang expose ni General Eliseo Trio. Maraming salamat po. At magandang araw sa inyo.
Salamat po, Mr. Bonjoc. Attorney Magno, please.
Us, you have to
Unmute, please.
unmute us.
Unmute.
Okay, can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Yes.
go ahead.
Okay. Magandang umaga at magandang gabi sa inyong lahat kung saan man kayo nandun. Yung narinig po natin na pagmamanipula ng automated election system mula kay General Rio ay siyang dahilan ng paghain ng grupong ito ng writ of mandamus petition sa Korte Suprema. Pero maraming nagtatanong, ano ba ang mandamus na yan? Kaya gusto ko pong liwanagin ang mga ilang bagay tungkol dito. Ang word na mandamus ay salitang Latino, meaning we command. At yung term na writ of mandamus ay tumutukoy sa isang court order to a public officer or employee to perform a duty that he has refused or neglected to do. Yung writ of mandamus petition na pending sa Supreme Court ngayon ay humihingi ng order should I start or?
I think it's all right.
Okay. Yung
Okay.
writ of mandamus petition na pending sa Supreme Court ay humihingi ng order compelling COMELEC to preserve and deliver transmission logs which are needed to confirm the legitimacy of the contested May 9 election results, specifically the 20 million votes or plus votes that COMELEC had reported in less than 1 hour after the polls closed on May 9. So these are the points that I'm going to explain briefly regarding the mandamus case for the edification of everybody. First of all, the mandamus case is not political. Maraming nagsasabi na ayaw nilang makialam sa kasong ito dahil ang kaso daw ay politikal. Sabi, marumi ang politika. And we don't want to get involved. But the case is not about politics. Tapos na po yung eleksyon. Hindi na eleksyon ang pinag-uusapan natin ngayon, kundi yung mga kaduda-dudang resulta na nagpapahiwatig na dinaya ang eleksyon. Okay. Number 2, the mandamus case is not an electoral protest. Yung kaso, hindi nananawagan sa Supreme Court na magmandar ng recount para malaman kung sino ang totoong nanalo. Remember, none of the petitioners was a candidate in the national elections. All of them are plain ordinary citizens just like us. Ang kanilang hangarin ay ilabas ng COMELEC ang patunay sa mga kahina-hinalang mga resulta. Okay, number 3. The case is about our right to information. Ito po ang sinasabi ng Constitution natin tungkol dito. Let me read it. The right of the people to information on public concern shall be recognized. Access to official records and to documents and papers pertaining to official acts, transactions, or decisions, as well as to government research data used as basis for policy development, shall be afforded the citizen. And then in Article 2, Declaration of State and Principles and Policies, subject to the reasonable conditions prescribed by law, the state adopts and implements a policy of full disclosure of all its transactions involving public interest. Maliwanag po yan. Klarong-klaro po yan. So, yung twin provisions na ito in our Constitution are meant to promote transparency. And they entitle us citizens to demand information from public agencies and officials that will allow us to participate effectively and intelligently in the discussion and formulation of policies that affect us, and also allows us to hold public officials, errant public officials, accountable. Okay. Fourth, maraming nagsasabi na baka ma-dismiss yung kaso dahil it's not, yung writ of mandamus is not the correct and proper remedy. Pero batay sa irregularities na na-observe ng TNT Trio, gaya ng mahigit na 20 million votes reported sa loob ng humigit kumulang kalahating oras lamang, the only way to know the truth is for COMELEC to make available transmission logs that confirm that those results actually came from the DCMs and not from an illegitimate source. Now, since the COMELEC refused to provide the requested logs, ano pang gagawin ng TNT Trio? They had to seek an order compelling COMELEC to release those logs. So, the conclusion, the writ of mandamus petition is a correct and proper remedy. Kaya kung mention ito, ay hindi pwedeng i-dismiss ng Supreme Court yung kaso on the ground na hindi ito ang proper and legal remedy. Proper legal remedy. Number 5, the case is justiciable. Tinatanong, kaya bang lutasin ito ng anumang korte? In other words, is the case justiciable? You know, before agreeing to hear a case, a court first examines its justiciability. What does that mean? That is a preliminary review that does not address the merits of the case, but simply looks at whether the case is right, whether there is a real or substantial, not hypothetical issue or dispute that requires adjudication. And number 3, the party bringing the lawsuit has standing. Kung wala yung mga yan, i-dismiss kagad ang kaso. But here's the thing. When the Supreme Court ordered the COMELEC to submit comments to the petition, that effectively says that they determined that the case is justiciable. So, moot point na po ito. Number 6, TNT Trio has legal standing po. Hanggang ngayon, may mga naririnig pa ako na sinasabi na walang standing ang TNT Trio to bring the case kasi di naman sila kandidato. Kaya madidismiss lang ang kaso. Hindi po totoo ito. Alalahanin natin na ang kaso ay hindi electoral protest. Okay? At isa pa, ang TNT Trio has what is called public interest standing. As citizens who voted in the last elections, they have a right to know whether their votes have been properly counted. So, yan, maliwanag na meron silang legal standing po. Kaya hindi issue yan. Now, number 7, the case is very simple. Very simple po. Now, some people think that the mandamus petition is a complex case. Well, it was initially, as it involved a constitutional issue, determination of a constitutional issue, aside from the other issues that I previously mentioned regarding justiciability, legal standing, etc. But you know, the case was greatly simplified by COMELEC itself when it told the Supreme Court in its comments that it has complied with the mandamus petition after it posted what it claimed to be transmission logs in its website. Through its action in posting the logs, COMELEC not only acknowledged that the mandamus petition is the correct remedy, that the petition is justiciable, and that the 3NT trio have legal standing. Most importantly, COMELEC also acknowledged that the 3NT trio have a right to information as provided in the Constitution. So, wala nang pagtatalunan na mabibigat na issue. The case is now really just a matter of ordering the COMELEC to deliver true transmission logs. By the way, once the Supreme Court issues an order ordering COMELEC to make available true transmission logs, that will be the end of this case. So, walang determination kung sinong nanalo or what not. What happens next after the logs have been examined and analyzed will be the subject of other separate legal actions as the facts may warrant. Ang masasabi ko lang, kung mapapatunayan na nagkaroon nga ng electronic manipulation ng mga boto, ang siguradong mangyayari dyan ay magsusulong ang TN3 trio ng mga electoral reforms para hindi na mauulit ang pandaraya. Number 8, citizens are free to comment publicly. Ang isang pumipigil sa mga tao na makihalo at magkomento sa kasong ito ay ang takot na makasuhan ng contempt of court dahil sa tinatawag na violation of the sub judice rule. Liliwanagin ko po ito. The sub judice rule prohibits the litigants from commenting on the case. The rule does not apply to non-litigants like us. And even with litigants, there are exceptions when the issues are of public interest. Nakikita naman ninyo si Franklin Isaac. Ang dami niyang ipinopos dyan. Bakit hindi siya kinakasuhan? Well, because this is a public interest matter. Exception yan sa sub judice rule. It is important for us to remember that the mandamus petition has to do with the fraudulent results of the election, which is an issue of public concern. All Filipinos, and I will say, including politicians, are free to comment or even engage in public demonstrations critical of government action or inaction. Number 9, this is not purely a legal issue po. Maraming nagsasabi, hey, a legal issue yan. Hayaan na lang natin na magdesisyon ng Supreme Court tungkol dyan. Totoo ba? Totoo bang legal issue lang ito? While it is true that the matter is now before the Supreme Court and as such, it is a legal issue nga. The truth is, the election rigging controversy is not purely a legal issue po. It is also a moral and ethical issue. Stealing elections by manipulating the automated election system and other forms of cheating is a moral and ethical issue. They deserve every citizen's moral condemnation. And I will say this, Filipinos would be well within their rights to speak out publicly, join protest rallies, to demand speedy and forthright action on the part of all those involved, especially the COMELEC and the Supreme Court. Isa pa, the latest revelation of General Rio concerning the use of a secret and illegal private network to transmit election results is very disturbing. This to me is a brazen criminal act that demands not only a criminal investigation by the Department of Justice, but also, guess what? A congressional investigation. Pero nasaan na yung mga politiko tinangkilik natin? Bakit hindi sa nila isinusulong magkaroon ng congressional investigation or NBN investigation? Dahil ba sa legal issue ito? Yun ba ang rason nila? Napakababaw na excuse po yan. Number 10. I want to say something about the impeachment complaint of Colonel Odonio and the TNT trio. I personally believe that there are good grounds for launching an impeachment complaint against COMELEC commissioners under whose watch or responsibility the election rigging took place. First, let me just show you what the Constitution says about this. You can read that. Public office is a public trust. Public officers and employees must at all times be accountable to the people. Serve them with utmost responsibility, integrity, loyalty, and efficiency. Section 2, it defines who the impeachable officials are. And this includes the members of the constitutional commissions. And the grounds for impeachment are conviction of culpable violation of the Constitution, treason, bribery, graft and corruption, other high crimes, or betrayal of public trust. I highlighted the two, culpable violation of the Constitution and betrayal of public trust, because these are the ones that are germane to the impeachment complaint. Okay. So, as I see it, the impeachment complaint hinges on those two grounds. So, what might COMELEC's conduct be that constitute culpable violation of the Constitution and betrayal of public trust? I will name a few. I haven't seen the impeachment complaint draft myself, but based on my own analysis, these are the examples of conduct that constitute culpable violation of the Constitution and betrayal of the public trust. Number 1, demonstrated attempt to mislead or deceive the public by posting reception logs instead of real transmission logs. Number 2, fraudulently altering their earlier narrative of when transmissions peaked to justify the 20 million votes it reported in less than 1 hour. Number 3, failure to exercise due diligence in investigating allegations of irregularities, including NAMFREL's observation of a discrepancy related to the VCM hash codes. Number 4, deliberate failure to shed light on the improbable 20 million plus votes in failing to request or authorize the telcos to produce call detail records and or transmission logs, which they are in a position to do. And finally, unlawfully acquiring and failing to disclose the existence and use of a private network to transmit election results outside of the telco. Okay? Nakuha niyo ba niyo lahat yun? Colonel Odonio, were you able to take note of those?
Yeah.
You can use those in your complaint. Maraming salamat sa inyong pagkinig. Kung meron kayong mga tanong, isulat lang po ang tanong ninyo sa chat ng Zoom. Okay? Thank you.
Salamat. Salamat, Attorney. Can we now go to Libby Camacho, please?
Okay. To my fellow Filipinos in the diaspora, reaching out in particular to my contemporaries at St. Teresa's College and the University of the Philippines in Diliman, to my friends and co-workers from way back home and way back when. A special greeting to my previous colleagues in the faculty and all my former students in the Philippine Military Academy from classes 1973 to 1979, many of whom have reached the pinnacle of the military and police organizations in service to our country, and of course to all of you, our listeners. Thank you for your passion and your patience and your remaining tonight. I speak today and I react with a heavy heart and a sense of urgency because from what we have just heard from our distinguished speakers, our beloved country, the land of our heritage handed to us by our forebears, is facing yet another grave threat to its democracy. The recent Philippine elections of May 9, 2022, a sacred democratic exercise by the Filipino people, was defiled by massive, systematic electronic rigging orchestrated by none other than the very constitutional body mandated to protect its sanctity and integrity, the COMELEC, in unholy collusion with Smartmatic, the contracted provider of the automated electoral system, for which Filipino taxpayers paid over 1 billion pesos. This revelation from TNT Trio, which stands for Truth and Transparency Trio, composed of 3 courageous men, Brigadier General Eliseo Rio Jr., my kababata in Baguio, Franklin Isaac and Gus Lagman, is an immediate call to arms that demands our collective indignation and action. What actions must we take? Here are some suggestions I have put together to help us to do our share. Number 1, we must educate ourselves, get involved, organize. Our first step is to learn about the insidious methods used to undermine our democratic processes. Let's be proactive in educating ourselves, engaging with others as we have done tonight, who are advocating for truth, and understanding the extent of this manipulation. Our collective knowledge empowers us to become catalysts for change. Quickly, for starters, if you have not done so yet, please sign the People's Mandamus petition that has been circulating for months now, asking the Supreme Court to compel COMELEC to submit the transmission logs of the transparency servers during the first 2 hours after the closing of the polls on May 9, 2022. You're also, of course, welcome to join our advocacy group, Global Transparency and Transformation Advocates Network, or GTAN. Number 2, we must spread awareness. We may be far from home, but our voices carry across international borders through social media. Let us share what we've learned with our networks, especially our family and our friends back home, who may be suffering under the weight of all kinds of oppression, from fear of harassment and red tagging, food and job insecurity, and the unspeakable struggle of living from day to day. Let us tell them that we need to be together in the fight to preserve democracy. And together, we demand transparency, accountability, and justice in the rigging of the 2022 elections. Number 3, We must have patience, perseverance, and endurance. We must acknowledge that the road to transparency, truth, and transformation will not be easy. People will ignore us, chastise us, unfriend us, avoid us, even hate us. Disinformation, misinformation, and revisionism have eroded our values and polarized our nation. Rebuilding our sense of unity and justice will take time. And only after the truth about the 2022 elections has been exposed and the culprits made accountable. So we cannot afford to give up. Our commitment must be unwavering. Number 4, positive action and accountability. It's easy to succumb to despair when faced with seemingly insurmountable problems. However, let us remember that change starts from within us. We must hold ourselves and our leaders accountable, demanding honesty, integrity, competence, and responsibility in every aspect of governance. Since this administration is deemed illegitimate because it was installed through fraudulent means, then we must have the courage to act accordingly and demand that it step down. Number 5, faith and hope in God and trust in each other. Pananampalataya at pag-asa sa Diyos at pagtiwala sa isa't isa. In times of darkness, let us find solace in our faith and hope in God and trust in one another. Together, let us protect and nurture our democratic way of life, preserving the sacrifices made in EDSA in 1986 and throughout our history for our apos and future generations. And finally po, number 6, justice and peace, katarungan at kapayapaan. We cannot achieve lasting peace and prosperity without justice. Stand firm in the pursuit of truth and accountability. For only then can we heal as a nation and move forward toward a brighter and more united Philippines. Kapit-bisig po tayo. In closing, to my mind, our duty as Filipinos in the diaspora is to be the unyielding voice of reason and justice. We may be physically distant, but our hearts remain connected to the Philippines. Let us therefore rally together, rising above apathy, indifference, laziness, and difficulties to reclaim the democracy our people deserve. After all, the fight for a better Philippines begins with us. Mabuhay ang Pilipinas, mabuhay ang mga Pilipino sa ibang bansa. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you,
Thank
Livy.
you.
Thank you so much. But can we ask Sylvia Pimentel, please? Unmute yourself, please.
Yeah.
Unmute yourself. Okay. Unmute yourself. Unmute.
The lower left of your screen. Okay. Oh, you're still muted, I think.
You're still muted.
Press
Ma'am?
that microphone sign, Sylvia. You know, you see that microphone sign at the bottom?
On the left side.
On the left side at the bottom, or just put your finger there, it should appear, and then press the bottom of your screen, Sylvia, and then you'll see a microphone and a video thing there. Can you see it?
Can the host unmute her?
Can the host unmute her?
Oh, I cannot. Cannot. I tried. There, there. I tried. So I cannot even. Oh, there, I think there's something about the. Can we go on to the next one first? Oh, Raul.
Let me now ask Raul
Manuel.
Daniel Abelar Manuel, our representative of the youth.
There you go.
Unmute. Yeah.
Hello?
Okay.
Yes,
we have
yes.
it.
Can I be heard?
Yes.
Yan. Hello po, magandang araw sa lahat. Kay Ma'am Christina sa Global Transparency and the Transformation Advocates Network, sa mga partner organizations, sa lahat din ng mga speakers, fellow reactors, all participants. Isang palabang araw sa ating lahat. Yung ating naging forum for today, actually, it triggered some flashbacks sa aking isipan nung kasama natin yung mga kapwa kabataan at yung iba ding mga kababayan natin na noong May 10, 2022, edi yung umaga after nung nangyaring napakamaanumalyang eleksyon sa Pilipinas, nag-hold ng protest action sa COMELEC at pagkatapos ay nagtipon-tipon din sa Liwasang Bonifacio malapit sa nasunog na post office. Since that day, hindi talaga nawawala sa isipan naming mga kabataan na meron talagang hindi tamang nangyari. Hindi natin ganun kadaling matatanggap yung nangyaring eleksyon. Maliban dun sa kung ano yung naging resulta, pero yung proseso kasi talaga sobrang questionable. Kaya nung tayo ay naupo na bilang kinatawan ng mga kabataan sa loob ng ating kongreso, ay nagkaroon tayo ng ilang mga hakbang. Yung pagpa-file natin ng isang House resolution to investigate the 2022 national elections. Gusto nating i-urge yung Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms, tsaka yung Committee on Good Governance and Public Accountability na investigahan agad in aid of legislation yung irregularities and yung nakita naman very obvious na failure to achieve free and fair election standards noong May 9, 2022. Ang resolution na ito ay na-file natin as one of our top 10 resolutions. No? First day po ng pagkakaupo natin, June 30 last year, final natin ito. And part of the resolution is paying special attention dun sa naging papel ng Smartmatic and the concerned public servants, especially yung COMELEC. Now, when we filed that, nai-refer sa una sa Committee on Rules ng House of Representatives, tapos nilipat yung pagre-refer sa Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms. Pending siya sa committee na iyon since August 24, 2022 at edi nakakalungkot kasi since then hindi sumulong, never naging part ng agenda ng House of Representatives ang ating na-file na resolution. At ito ngang pagpa-file natin ay offshoot din nung naging tindig ng Kabataan Party List at iba pang mga progressive na party list sa House of Representatives. Kasi before pa tayo naupo, edi yung mga nakaupo noong 18th Congress, sila yung involved dun sa process ng pagka-canvas ng results for the President and the Vice President. And noong pumunta na sa botohan, edi voice vote yung nangyari, more on pagsigaw, kung agree ka o hindi dun sa pagkaka-proclaim. Edi yung ating former representative, si Kong Sara Elago, isa siya dun sa iilan na sumigaw ng no, hindi pumayag dun sa pagkaka-proclaim. given yung naging napakadumi at sobrang incredible na electoral process na meron tayo. So yun yung ilan sa mga pagsisikap natin, bagamat ito nga ay isang mahaba-habang laban pa, pero para sa mga kabataan, tingin natin hindi imposible na magkaroon tayo ng malinis na eleksyon. Kasi in fact, sa experience ng ating mga student leaders, na ating mga student councils or student governments, when we have elections sa campus, nakakaya naman na ma-ensure yung sanctity ng proseso, from the registry of voters hanggang sa mangyari na talaga yung botohan, announcement of results. Ibig sabihin merong concrete practice sa mga kabataan na kaya naman yung malinis at patas na eleksyon. Kaya ito yung ating pinahuhugutan now that we are facing yung national level na eleksyon na nandyan yung decades old na mga sistema na gusto nating mawala na. At dahil nga habang marami tayong tanong sa automated election system, ang nais pang gawin this coming October sa barangay and district elections ay i-testing ito sa iilang mga lugar sa ating bansa. Kaya nung nag-adopt ng resolution yung House of Representatives for such move, nag-express din tayo on record ng ating inhibitions at moving forward para sa ating advocacy for transparency at para talaga hindi na maging cycle itong nangyayari, we also filed the hybrid election system bill. Isa ito sa mga na-file din natin para proactive tayo doon sa paglalatag ng ating alternative at ng ating vision. Now, for the final part of this reaction, dahil lingering din talaga na tanong sa ating mga participants at sa maraming mga nais lamang ng tunay na democracy sa Pilipinas, paano natin mapapakilos yung marami nating mga kababayan na marami talaga ang pinoproblema sa araw-araw ay yung mga gut issues, paano makakakain, paano magkakaroon ng trabaho, at sa isang banda din, paano din tayo na polarize. Polarization siya fueled by yung mga trolls, yung deceptive na paggamit ng social media. Pero kaming mga kabataan, hopeful pa rin na kahit may ganitong circumstances, pwede pa rin manaig yung ating mga layunin para sa ating bansa. And kaya ako hopeful kasi dilatag din naman yon ng ating mga speakers. Yung unang speaker natin nag-discuss na para bang problem in the making itong naging resulta ng 2022 national elections. Tapos yung ating second speaker, yung technical aspect ng automated election system. At yung pangatlo, paano pinakinabangan ng mga nakabentahe dun sa naging maanomalyang election yung results para patuloy na mangurakot or palalain pa nga yung corruption sa ating bansa. So ibig sabihin, very connected yung ating goals doon sa gut issues din ng ating mga kababayan. Kasi may nang paano natin maipaliwanag, mamulat din yung ating mga kapwa Pilipino na yung paghihirap nila ay bunga yon ng ineffective na mga anti-people programs. Na sino ba yung nagsusulong sa ngayon? No other than yung mga leaders din naman na naupo after a very anomalous election na hindi na nila inisip paano man lang titiyaking malinis yung kanilang pagkakaupo kasi gano'n na sila kagahaman, gano'n na yung thirst nila for power, paglinis ng kanilang reputasyon. Kaya ibig sabihin yung paghihirap ng taong bayan, yung kung wala silang trabaho, kung apektado sila ng inflation, mahal yung bigas, babalik din talaga doon sa paano ba naupo yung mga nasa pwesto ngayon. Kaya yun yung ilan sa mga maraming dapat nating gawin and yung kabataang Pilipino patuloy pong gagawa ng mga aktibidad before this State of the Nation address, naglunsad ng mga State of the Youth address sa iba't ibang bahagi ng bansa para patuloy nating madala yung crusade nung itong scam na gobyerno na meron tayo na ngayon ay busy sa paglikha pa ng maraming mga scam kagaya ng Maharlika investment scam, yung scam ng 20 pesos na bigas at iba pa. So yun, we remain hopeful at sana huwag tayong bumitaw sa crusade na ito. Yun lamang po sa ngayon, and maraming salamat. More power po sa Global Transparency and Transformation Advocates Network.
Salamat Raul. Is Sylvia ready? Okay.
Hi. Yeah, so sorry about. I'm so dinosaur. Well, thank you very much for having me. I think I have to explain to the public that I was invited here because I was spotted attending rallies in support of TNT Trio, and which are mostly attended by seniors. In fact, I'm already close to 70. The ones attending are even older than me. Some of them have crutches. Why is this? Why is it that it's the seniors now who are moving? The TNT Trio, the ones attending, and of course we just had our young speaker just before me. Your attendance has really been so super absent, and so I would like to express my thoughts that I was very grateful every time I attended these rallies. I would go there alone, and I've never really well, first of all, even my neighbors who were very active during the campaigns, they were all very, very quiet now. But I think this is just a response to what happened on May 9, 2022. You know what I believe? I disagree with the PPCRB, with Manfrel, that the election was in order, because I think at the time when this actually happened, we actually had unity, which is what the unity team was asking. We had that. Because at 8:02 p.m. on May 9, 2022, Philippine national election, 40 minutes after voting closed, our usually divided regionalistic Filipino people from 7,641 islands composed of over 42,000 barangays experienced one moment of real unity, that of a united trauma. As we witnessed right before our very eyes, all glued on nationwide television, the blatant rigging of our sacred electoral process with one of the highest voter turnout of 84%. Naalala niyo pa ba? Nung oras na yon, ang sinasabi ng mga tao, oy, ano na yan, flavor of the month, tapos na yan. Hindi po. Ang election po, eternal flavor. It is going to be our everlasting concern. Naalala niyo pa ba kung anong suot niyo nung oras na yon? Nang tayong lahat ay nilapastangan, nabudol-budol ng COMELEC. Pinasok ang ating mga pribadong tahanan habang tayo ay walang maalay, nakapambahay, nakapajama, o baka ang iba nakahubad na walang kalaban-laban sa napakawalang hiyang pandaraya. Harap-harapan, walang kandungan, kahit high school level, kitang-kita ang pre-programming ng mga results. Sobrang obvious. Nabayaran pa ang Smartmatic ng 1.5 billion. Can you imagine? Sino pa ang nabayaran? Anda tayo ay ibudol-budol. Kaya di ba katakataka, bakit walang pagdiwang sa buong kapulungan noong May 10, 2023 and days after? No jubilation. Ang so-called 31 voters for BBM and Sara, kasi alam nila na pati yung boto nila hindi na bilang. Pati yung mga boto ng mga natalo, nasa tingin ko, yung mga natalo, you have responsibility to your constituents because they knew you were going to lose. And yet they were so brave, they voted for you. So you have a responsibility to take care of your constituents. You have to protect them. After 1 year, today, the state of our nation under BBM is a state of denial. It's a state in a state of depression, in a state of paralysis. As there are 4 types of traumatic responses to our united trauma. To May 9, 22, sino ka dito? Ito, ha? Ito. Fight. Laban. Flight. Takbo. Freeze. Derma. Form. Balimbing. O syempre marami sa balimbing, di ba? Mas marami ring deadma. Pero doon sa mga deadma, you know what? Especially if this is composed of the oppositionists who lost, you really have responsibility to the people who voted for you. For example, hindi ako makapanipaniwala doon sa doon sa votes lang ni Caglioni. Hindi ba 200,000 lang? Samantala ang following niya 3 million. So naniniwala ka ba doon? Pagkatapos si Senator Pacquiao, last week I just saw him in a restaurant, ang dami-dami pa rin yung gwardiya. Siguro marami pa rin siyang pinapakain na gwardiya kasi may kaya siya. Ang alam ko kay Attorney Olobredo, siya na mismo nagmamaneho ngayon, wala naman siyang pera. Na siguro akala niya electoral protest ito, kailangan magpasok siya ng 200 million ng sarili niyang pera. Hindi nga, sinasabi na nga ni Attorney Magno, ito ay hindi electoral protest. So, ano ba ang sinasabi ng 87 Constitution sa ating mga karapatan? Sa darating ng October 30, magkakaroon tayo ng barangay election. Ito po ay napakahalaga. Napakahalaga. Kasi tayo ay empowered. Alam niyo ba 'yon? Ang karapatan natin ay hindi lamang pagboto sa democracy, kundi to actually participate. Ang tinatawag nito in the Philippines, kinuha ko ito sa mga lectures ni Rafael E. Evangelista. The basic and fundamental exercise of sovereign power is by law, supposed to happen at barangay level, the basic LGU unit of the government. Specifically, sovereignty within a barangay is vested in the barangay assembly po. Assembly, hindi barangay officers of all residents of the barangay. So baliktad po. The people, the residents of the barangay are authorized to take control of their barangays through their respective barangay assemblies under Constitution and existing laws. It is they, the residents, who should be spearheading social, economic, and political initiatives within their respective communities. The barangay chairman and the barangay council should merely follow and be guided by initiatives of the barangay assemblies. Kaya kailangan ma-involve tayo. Kaya hindi nyo pwedeng sabihin ang eleksyon, flavor of the month lang yan. Eternal po yan. Kasi yung pagboto natin kay BBM na lumalabas nga sa mga surveys, maski si Senator Trillanes, sinabi niya na sila ang mananalo. Hindi naman sila nanalo kasi ang nanalo digital. Di ba? Hindi naman mga tao. So digits. So dapat yung kung talagang confident ang BBM, mag-recount. At malaman talaga kung ilan talaga ang boto niya. Malay niyo baka 32 million or 2 votes. I don't know after all what's happening now. Na puro naka 13 trips na yata, 13 trips in a few days going to Malaysia, na ang nakukuha lang po ay puro pledge. Ano ho ba ang tunay na pledge? Hindi ba panglinis yan? Panglinis lang ng furniture. Pero yung pledge talaga, yung pledge sa bansa natin, nung pa sinasabi yan kay Duterte na pumunta pa kay President Xi Jinping na hindi naman tinupad lahat ng mga pledge, puro buladas na, o baka naman si President Xi Jinping ang humihingi sa kanya na bigyan mo naman ako doon sa mga family. Di ba? At saka doon sa 2 billion na sinasabi ni Senator Trillanes, di pa galing din sa China yan. I mean, it's just so blatant what's happening now that we really have to get involved. Mga kapatid, kababayan, Filipinos, we are a very, very creative people. And we have the best in us. Natatabunan lang tayo ng kung ano-anong mga immediate issues. Pero actually, we are gifted. I'll give you an example. When my daughter was born, I was already 36. She couldn't read at the age of 6. And so we thought, my husband was 49. Siguro, maybe we have to accept, maybe she's special or she's autistic. It turns out that she made her own alphabet. And this is my thinking, I'm the owner of Flowers by Sylvia, 45 years old. When I started getting my people, I got the people from the boondocks with very little education because I trusted their instincts. And they made the best arrangements, and we competed with foreign consultants of other stores. We have to retain this instinct. So for people to say na wala silang nakita no sa TV, what happened to your instinct? It was just so blatant. It was so blatant. So please, as Leo Tolstoy said, to feel pain is alive. To feel the pain of other people is human. Let us all remain human. Lalo na ngayon, may AI na kinakatakutan na natin na later on, tayo na lang yung magiging, we will be the lesser, I think that's what Elon Musk is warning us about, that later on they can take over dominance. But in the meantime, that we are the dominating people, let us value what we have. let us remain human and let us get out of our bedma, takbo. Alam mo yung takbo na yan, marami talagang mga professionals na nag-alisan. They just left the country because they said, oh my God, another Marcos. So, let's be fair naman. Marcos now is more presentable, diba? He has nice barong. He's good looking and compared to our previous president. And sometimes maybe he uses makeup and I'm curious about what foundation. But aside from the facade, ano po talaga yung substance? Ano yung substance na para sa mga tao? Ang sa tingin ko, kaya wala po silang naibibigyan ng substance kasi ang mga voters nila ay digital. Kasi ang digital hindi nagugutom. Hindi nagugutom, di ba? Hindi namamatay. Kasi hindi kailangan matulog. So you become manhid the needs. So mas mabuti pang maging tunay ang mga botante at ang mga botante po hindi po sila bobotantes. They are smart. They are smart than smartmatic. And I think if it's really true that the surveys were correct, that they would really win, and I did make the surveys. They were really very strong in the beginning, although towards the end I could see a lot of shift. Some went for Mayor Isko. A lot in the beginning among my friends wanted Lacson, but they thought that they'll just vote Lenny because they'll just go for the winner. But definitely we saw voters for Pacquiao, but and constantly Lori de Guzman was being aired on TV. Tapos 200,000 lang. I think the BBM, as everybody was saying, then count people, not digits. So for me, a government of the people, for the people, and by the people. That's what Lincoln said. Ang sabi naman ni Rizal, ang hindi marunong tumingin sa kanyang pinanggalingan ay hindi makakarating sa kanyang paroroonan. So we do have to value our history. Na tayo ay nagkaroon na ng freedom. Let's value this freedom. Vox Populi, Vox Dei. Ito yung mga lahat. Everybody knows what it means. The voice of the people is the voice of God. But Vox Smartmatics, Vox Dei. Yeah. The voice of Smartmatic is not the voice of the people and it's not the voice of God. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sylvia. Okay. Thank you very much, Sylvia. Okay, thank you so much to our speakers and our reactors. Mila, can we just have the short intermission? The song Paano Mo Nagagawa before we begin with our questions?
Just a sec. I wasn't prepared for that.
Paano mo nagagawa?
Sandali lang. Paano mo nagagawa?
Meanwhile, please prepare your questions. You can start writing your questions on the chat.
Okay.
So any questions, please, if you can, yeah.
Paano mong nagagawa? Kapatid mo'y dinadaya. Sa'yo kami nagtiwala, ngunit ano ang napala? Paano kang nabubuhay, nangungupit, nagnanakaw? Di ka ganyan noong araw, iba ka na kung gumalaw. Sana naman kayanin mo, panindigan ang prinsipyo. Mahirap nga ang magbago. magsisinag ngayon, teacher.
May kilala akong mayor, may palabra de honor, at may isa kong auditor. Walang basot, walang pabor. Sana naman gayahin nyo, panindigan ang prinsipyo. Mahirap na ang magbago, ngunit tayo ang ehemplo. Sana naman gayahin nyo, panindigan ang prinsipyo. Mahirap na ang magbago, ngunit tayo ang ehemplo. Sana naman kayanin mo, panindigan ang prinsipyo. Mahirap na ang magbago, ngunit ikaw ang ehemplo. Sana naman kayahin nyo, panindigan ang prinsipyo. Mahirap na ang magbago, ngunit tayo ang ehemplo.
Tulungan niyo kong magbago, maging tunay na ehemplo.
Okay. From salot to ehemplo, may pag-asa po. So, can we start with our questions? You can direct your question to the speakers or to the reactors or to everyone, and the speakers or the reactors can answer the question. So please use the icon of raising hands. If any of the speakers,
Alejo Mayor.
what's that?
You have a question. Si Alejo Mayoralgo.
Where is the question here?
I have a live question. I raised my hand.
Okay, all right, Lejo.
Thank you. Obviously, the exigency of time, I'll try to make it very quick. I'm Al Mayoralgo. My background is I was active in the campaign for Lenny. I was the vice chair of AIM alumni for Lenny. I was co-chair for Makati Villages Council in support of Robredo People's Council during the last election. I'm involved now in Angat Buhay also. I'm also involved with the Build Filipinas. Build Filipinas is the anti-disinformation arm of Lenny's camp. I just want to put forth a fact that was presented to us for comment because it presents a little extra dimension to the competent presentations made by everyone here. Okay. You may already know that Lenny's camp has stated that as per their internal surveys made a few months before and even close to the election, that they saw that Lenny would lose the election. And in the final conclusion, they said, yes, there was a little cheating maybe, but it will not deviate from the final results that came out in the COMELEC tally. So that is the position that was presented to us. And they're saying that it is the disinformation campaign that happened beginning 2011, 2012, that was well programmed, funded, and implemented, that really affected the minds of the great majority of our fellow Filipinos who saw that BBM was the light at the end of the tunnel, and they voted accordingly. So this is the position that's being presented there. How do I reconcile this? Because I agree with what General El Rio and what everyone else has said here. It is my thinking, and I want to present this theory for comment and as a question. It is possible, I think, that BBM did not have to cheat to win the election. That if the counting was given its regular due course, correction, with no manipulation or tampering, then he might have won. Because that is what those so-called technical surveys said would happen. However, it seems that BBM wanted to be sigurista. He did not want to take any chances. So he just told his COMELEC chair, who, by the way, nobody has said he is the personal lawyer of the president. I mean, that is a major conflict of interest, and he should inhibit himself from these proceedings because he was the personal lawyer when BBM filed this protest. But setting that aside, nanigurado sila, and they went through this tampering process to create this impression that 20 million votes was immediate and insurmountable and all, no? So I believe that this is what might have happened, and I'm trying to put together all this diverse information that's coming out. And this might be one reason that Leni has not responded as actively as we would have wanted her to respond because of this thing. And I also know for a fact that she wants Angat Buhay to really fly, to dedicate time and effort to this, and so that it will not be diverted by a lot of bashing that could happen if she suddenly gets into the fray. But Build Filipinas is a very active campaign now against disinformation. They are really spending time to study the scientific foundations of how we lost the election through disinformation. And Leni is getting a lot of help from Harvard and MIT, and there is an entire process going on. And you are all invited to attend Build Filipinas sessions, which I can post in our regular communications here, to get another perspective. But both perspectives work, you see. And that's the point that I wanted to contribute here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alejo. Any of the speakers or the reactors can respond to Alejo. Anyone, please? Is there anyone here? Yes? Is Sir Rio here?
Okay.
Is Sir Rio around, still around?
I think Bishop was raising his hand, Tina. He was going to answer. The Bishop Bagaforo.
Bishop, please.
Well, thank you very much. I would just like to, reaffirm the views presented by Alejo Mayoralgo, that could be one big possibility. In fact, I did not mention it here, but now I would like to mention, in our deliberation at the CBCP, there were, a number of bishops said that prior to the election, there was a survey, a scientific survey made, and by the camp of Leni, and that's what they found out, the one that was shared by by Alejo, Mayor Dalgo. I would like to affirm that observations, However, there are also those who say that there was, the fact that there was cheating done, whether or not really the count was for, the majority of the count was for BBM, but I think what is at issue now is the credibility of the PICOS system of election. It's, it can be manipulated. It can be manipulated. And the second issue is on the credibility of the company that handles the PICOS system of election, Smartmatic. That's what no more. That's what those are the two things that I would like to say. Those are my
Just a
comments.
clarification, Ma'am Christina. I agree. I am supportive of what TNT is doing. I believe that there was intentional. There was an intention, and they actually cheated. Okay, they manipulated and tampered with the results. Okay, I support that. I just wanted to put that other perspective so that we have a total view of everything as we proceed on with our work here. Yun ang sa akin, sir. Ma'am, thank you.
Thank you. Someone is raising here. Norberto Buseta. Sir, you're
Thank you,
raising?
Doctor. Thank you, Dr. Astorga. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm from Anaheim, California, but I deployed people from my town in Taal, Batangas to campaign for Lenny because I could not go home because of some family concerns. I've been very active even during my student days against Marcos martial law. And my question is, how do we make the recording of today's forum accessible to a greater number of Filipinos and other like-minded organizations, so we can spread the word about the massive electoral fraud and perhaps mobilize people later on into action? We can have the next people power if we have enough people with us.
Yes. Yes.
It's so frustrating. We keep on doing all these things. I'm 73 years old, Dr. Astorga. I have my DPA, Doctor of Public Administration from UP. I was also a professor during my younger days. But it's so frustrating that after all this, nothing still happens. We have to do some concrete steps to move forward. Where do we go from here?
Yeah. Good question. Mila, can you answer the question?
This is being live streamed on YouTube. So after this forum, we're going to share with everybody the link to the YouTube. It's going to be there perpetually.
Thank you, Mila. Okay. Is someone else raising? Attorney Jesse?
Yeah.
Attorney Jesse Manuel? Is he around?
Attorney Jesse.
Attorney Jesse.
Vizcara.
Okay. Attorney Jesse, you're muted.
You're muted, I think. You're muted.
No, he's okay.
No, you're okay. You're okay now. Go ahead. Go ahead, Attorney Jesse.
Attorney Jesse, we can't hear you.
We can't hear you even if you are unmuted. There's something wrong with your mic.
Mic volume.
Okay, maybe your volume.
Can you fix your volume first so we can ask Rich Santos? Can you please, Rich, ask your question?
Yeah. Hello, good evening. I'm here in Canada. Umalis din po ako sa Pilipinas, pero I love the country so much. Hindi po ibig sabihin na I'm here just because I escaped. Iba po talaga kasi yung love for the country and love for the politicians. At nakakalungkot lang po talaga nowadays na blatantly nakikita na natin itong mga ito, and yet we just ignore these things. So mapansin po talaga natin na some people just goes for the politicians, not for the Philippines. Ang laban po talaga na ito ay laban po sa katotohanan, nang sa ganun po, mabago po natin talaga yung sistema ng botohan sa Pilipinas dahil po talaga sobrang nakakalungkot kung saan po tayo masasadlak. Kung ito pong pinaglalaban ng ating mga general, na napakaganda sa tingin ko na this is with towards truth dun sa pagpapatakbo dahil yung pong ating pong commission, sila po yung nagtatalaga at nakakatakot talaga na mabaliwala po ito. So siguro po ako ang ano ko lang, I have lots of friends who wants to signify and affix their signatures for this campaign. Baka po pwedeng i-send po ulit natin ito ng mas marami, no po, para nang sa ganon ay like our emails, no po, para madali na rin naming ma-disseminate so they can sign the petition. Ano po?
Yeah,
So,
thank
yun
you.
lang po siguro kasi talagang sobrang nakakaiyak po talaga yung
Talaga.
ating sitwasyon. So, yun lamang po. Baka po lahat ng information, lahat po ng petition mas-send through email. Tapos kami po as individual who really loves the country can really disseminate it to our friends.
Okay,
Yun lang
thank
po.
you.
Marami po
Thank
salamat.
you. I think you saw the notification in the chat. We ask everybody please to write your name and your email address. Is that what you're asking,
Excuse me?
Mila? Please.
Yes.
Excuse me,
email.
Doctor.
Mhm.
Excuse me, Dr. Astorga.
Yes, Dindo.
This is Jarius again.
Oh, Jarius.
Jarius, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I was just chatting with kasi there was a question earlier from Mr. Mayoralgo. If I got it right, and I was just chatting also with the General Rio. He had to he had to leave the group because it's the burial of his brother this afternoon. It's going on right now, and but I told him the question, and then I said. Because I've asked him the same question several times as a journalist. I've asked him several times the same question that Mr. Mayoralgo asked earlier. Na ano po ba ito? Saan po ba itutungo ito? Paano kung lumabas na ito rin naman pala ang talagang nanalo? Ang sabi niya, di mabuti po. Sabi niya, di mabuti na malaman natin, magkaalaman na. Kasi yun po ang sinasabi sa akin, siguro mga 3, 4, 5 beses kung tinanong din si General Rio. At yun ang sinasagot niya. Kaya nga meron kaming petition for mandamus sa Supreme Court na ilabas ng COMELEC yung transmission logs ng mga telcos para mapakita na ito talaga ang nangaresulta na transmit transmission logs, transmit ng mga BCMs to the central server, the transparency server, and the backup server of the COMELEC. Ngayon, wala pa pong resolution itong case na ito. Hindi pa po natatapos ito dahil wala pa po yung order na yon from the Supreme Court. Pero in the meantime po, nauungkat ito, yung pinapaliwanag nga rin ni General Rio, Secretary Rio, na nauungkat nila sa pamamagitan ng team nila ng mga eksperto sa ganito. Pinapaliwanag nga niya during my radio show yesterday, yung ginamitan nila ng Excel file, and mano-mano nilang binabasa ito. Nadidiscover nga nila itong anomalous na merong private internet address na IP address. So ito po anomalous na ito because it's supposed to be lang po na ang dapat lang po gamitin ay yun lang pong authorized, hindi po pwedeng pumasok ang ibang private IP address. Tsaka bakit po nangyari ito ngayon na iisang IP address ginamit po ng 98% of the transmissions in the first hour from Metro Manila, 95% from Cavite, and 89% yata from Batangas. So dito po yung mga pinasasagot po nila. I suppose that will reconcile the question of those who are or with the Lenny campaign group. Thank you po.
Sir Ellie is in. Just joined.
Yeah.
Okay, Sir Ellie.
Sir Ellie. Sir Ellie? Okay, I will unmute.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yes,
Yes, Sir Ellie.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can hear you.
Yeah, I'm in Loyola now. Sorry, I have to leave because my mass kasi for my brother will be buried this afternoon.
Oh.
Was there a question for me?
Yes, I think it was a question of
Mayoraldo.
What's the
Sir
question?
Ellie. I think the question was, could DBM have won?
May I summarize quickly for the general, please, ma'am?
Okay.
I'll just shorten it, General. There is information going out that based on real honest to goodness internal surveys of the Lenny camp prior and to the election itself, that she was really going to lose, which is why in the end I believe they believe that they lost. But having said that, I also said that it does not matter whether she lost or not. What's important with what all of you are doing, that we are all trying to do, is the truth comes out. And when the truth comes out, it will show that COMELEC is a cynical, is a diabolical tool for manipulating elections. So it should be addressed head on with impeachment and radical change. And perhaps you should ask Attorney Garcia to inhibit her, because he is the lawyer of the unaffected party in this case, the president. Okay, yun ang question ko, but I think it's been addressed there.
Yeah, I understand that. No, in fact, that was part of the strategy. The information or disinformation campaign that went before the election is part of the strategy. No, I've been with the intelligence, technical intelligence, in fact, for when I was acting in the armed forces. No, and for example, in surveys, we know what to do to get whatever effect we must have. No, credible ang mga poll companies natin, no, SWS, Pulse Asia. But during election, and this is where we come in, during big projects where they have to survey or they were contracted to survey, that's when they get additional people. They do not keep people permanently in their offices if there are no projects for them. No? So they contract people, and of course, that is where we come in. No? We can have people come in, actually really apply, and with some, coercion with the, with the HR, we can have our people in. And so it can be done, no? You can really twist the surveys, because if we believe that surveys are enough, then why do we hold elections, no? Even in the United States, they use big companies like Britannica, Analytica, no? They know how to manipulate surveys. Surveys can be manipulated no matter how credible the surveyors are, because the people that they do the actual surveying are part-time people contracted for that particular project, no? And that is where we can come in. I mean, people who would like to twist that survey. That is how it was done. I am not saying that this is how it was done, but we have done this before, no? Similar things like this. So that's my answer there. And the survey is not, it's not election.
Right?
Yeah, it's not election. The election itself must be focused on not the surveys, no? You'll notice that surveys are just something in military parlance, softening the big said. Yes. I hope I answered your question, no?
Alejo, did sir answer your question? Alejo? Is that interpretation? All right, can we Attorney Jesse Manuel?
Thank you. I hear your perspective, the General. In combination with all of the answers, I'm okay. I just wanted to put that perspective into our discussion, so that we're looking at all angles, but we're all on the same wavelength. We need to hold COMELEC accountable for the future.
Yes.
Thank you.
Now you have Attorney
Thank you very
Vizcarra,
much.
Yeah. Attorney Vizcarra.
or you still have, you're still muted. I think you have a problem with your mic.
Would you like to write your question on the chat?
Yeah, just write it.
Write it so we can
Click
so we
the
can
chat
proceed with,
icon
yeah.
and then write it, type it up. We'll read
Dindo,
it.
are you raising your hand? Dindo, you would like to ask a question? Mr. Bunyag?
Yeah, good afternoon. I don't know. I don't know if the good bishop is still here with us. Dahil po may kinalaman po sana sa simbahan yung aking yung concern ko po, no. Is there a discerning group in the church to look at what really happened? Because even before the elections, a lot of church people have been already taking sides. But despite that, parang iba yung lumabas. Plus, right now, is there also an effort in the church to encourage the faithful to search for the truth? After what had happened sa ating pong bayan ngayon, is the bishop still with us?
He left already.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are there more questions? There are no more questions, I suppose. Are there more questions, please? Are there questions on the chat? I think there's no one writing there.
Let me see.
Tina, if I may, just a short addition to what I. Hello, Tina.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Remember when after the BBM filed his certificate of candidacy, he had a press con, and everybody in the area got a text message. Of course, vote for BBM and something like that. No, all people, not only the press con, but there was a emergency channel that broadcast that text message. That was in the news. No, that is how we do it. No, technical how to control their minds. So if we learn that a team of surveyors will go to a place, we will already text blast that place, no, on names, just for them to recall that when they are asked now, the first thing that are in their minds, the first thing that will be in their minds would be what they just received, no, the text blast that we send. Those are the technical means that are available now, no, and that were used. It was used. It is an illegal, but it was used and nobody bothered to, look at this. In other words, something illegal happened, but it was just taken for granted. And that is the sad part of our election. No? We see something illegal happen, but we just shrug our shoulder instead of making sure that it will not happen again. So thank you.
Thank you.
Tina, here is a question from Dr. Polito Ason. You want me to read it?
Dr. Ason?
Yeah, it's directed to Dr. Rivera, but he left already. It's regarding the anti-dynasty law. She said, expectedly, no lawmaker will create a law that will cause the demise of his dynasty. What is the possibility making it a law to be passed by the Filipino people through a referendum?
Attorney Magno, can you answer that question?
Well, unfortunately, unless you are a political party who has representation in the legislature, you cannot initiate policy initiatives like this in the form of a law that could be deliberated upon and passed and eventually approved by the president. So you have to be a part of a political party. Because only political parties are the true agents of change in a democracy. There are movements, of course, but as we all know from experience, movements die after a while. They're not permanent, and they're very fleeting. So the only real alternative there is to form or join political parties and become a political force that can develop and implement whatever you desire as the policies that should govern the country. So yeah, now that's the only thing that I can say.
Yeah.
There's no other way to eliminate dynasties except through the collective will of the majority of representatives in the Congress,
That's
both
right.
in the lower house and in the Senate. Both of them must approve. So that's a big job. It's not easy to do. As they have interest in maintaining their dominance. So matagal na yung dynasty na yan, na pinag-uusapan yan, but nothing really material has happened in terms of changing it.
Mr. Ordonez? Is Mr. Ordonez still around? I mean, I think he was raising his hand.
There.
Mr. Ordonez? He's not here.
Yes.
No,
Well,
he's here.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
the time is run out, but I'd like to say only two things. First of all, I want to express the thanks of all the people in the Philippines, seeing the people outside the country, showing your love for our country and getting involved. So I want to thank you very much for that. It's very heartwarming that people outside the country are still in love with the Philippines and our governance. And the second last thing is people will look at this as like a partisan thing, like going for a candidate. Mr. Mayoralgo is correct, and Mr. is correct. It's not about who's gonna win and who it is, no? Because this thing is very valuable. But if they say, "Oh, that's just a partisan thing," they want somebody to win, etc., they'll detract from the value of this, because you're talking about democracy and how it works. So this is not about who's gonna win, who's not gonna lose. That's why I like what they said. Whoever wins, that's not the issue. That's not the issue. The issue is, are we gonna continue to be fooled by Smartmatic and these stupid procedures? Because I'll tell you, I went on a hunger strike on this one, on the electoral process. They brought me to the hospital, I was told to do a hunger strike. But I'm really interested in the process of democracy.
Precisely.
So some of you will say this is just a partisan thing, anti-government. It is not anti-government. It is pro-government of the people, by the people, for the people, and Smartmatic, and because ain't that. So I just want to say thank you. I don't want to talk so much, actually, time is up. I want to say thank you very much. We are heartened and inspired by you from all over the country, still helping us. Wow. And secondly, let the bad people not detract and say that's just a bunch of partisan guys who are sour graping. No, we, as stated, no, we don't care who really wins. We don't care. We care about the truth and democracy.
That's right.
We're not
That is
interested
correct.
in who won the thing. I mean, of course, we're kind of interested, but frankly, we're interested in the process. So I just want people not to downgrade this thing and say that's just a bunch of sour grapers. I'm helping this government as much as I can. I said I could not join government. I did before. I was an undersecretary and a secretary. I was with different administrations. I cannot join government because I'm too old already, right? But whatever we have, we must help. But more important is our democracy. So nagpapasalamat po ako sa inyo na nagtutulong po kayo sa amin. Yan lang po.
Welcome po. I think I saw Celia. Celia, were you raising your hand?
Yes, Tina. Yes, Dr. Tina, and I'd like to thank everyone. Excited po ako, but I will keep this short. Please don't leave. This will interest you. Can you see the top part of this paper? Can you see the top part of this paper?
We can see it.
Yeah.
We can see it.
Yes. You know what this is, Tina, and my mga kapwa ko Pilipino. This was our suntok sa buwan. Suntok sa buwan from 2013 to prior to 2016 elections. At the bottom, meron po kaming coalition ng mga small groups na sinubukan naming mag-petition muna sa COMELEC against political dynasties. Yung grupo po namin, Andaya Mo. Maliit lang po kami, retired UP teachers, professors like myself, Joe Tabada, and then we invited, Senator, not yet Senator, si Attorney Lacson. Ragtag group po kami na wala po kaming pera. Yung petition sa COMELEC po, you have to shell out 10,000 pesos per yung tao na ipepetition mo na huwag kumandidato na kung ilang beses na kumandidato ang pamilya niya. Okay. So in short po, talo kami doon. Talo kami doon. But we did not lose hope. So we studied the law. Kailangan pala ang plebisito. Plebisito, Attorney Gaslagman, you're the expert here. Kailangan ng plebisito to get how many million signatures from the people themselves. So ito pong hinahawakan ni Celia Bulan na kapatid nyo. Naipon na po gano'ng kakapal. Pinariso paper namin lahat to. We did not lose hope. We went around the Philippines.
Wow.
After we had drafted the what do we call this? The title of the act and the provisions of the act prohibiting political dynasties.
Wow.
Kaya makikita nyo
Yeah.
po, yun,
Yes.
yung mga people. Ang dami po naming papirma. Pero, ito po tatapusin ko, ay talagang naging suntok sa buwan. Bakit? 3/4 of Congress was already political dynasties. Okay? And so, sasabihin ko lang po sa inyo na hindi po kami nawawalan ng pag-asa. Kasi ito, kung plebisito na galing sa tao, for the people, by the people, of the people, may pag-asa po tayo.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Celia. Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone? Alejo, you still have your hand raised?
I just wanted to say, Ma'am Christina, let us not forget the fight against disinformation. Our two biggest problems coming into the next election are disinformation and COMELEC corruption. The disinformation is what affects the minds of the voters. And they will be misled, misguided, and lied to vote for the wrong candidates. So I just want to make a pitch in support of our campaign with TNT. Let us not forget this information.
Yeah.
Please join the presentations of Build Pilipinas, one of the main arms of Lenny against disinformation.
Yeah.
Like I can share the post, I can share the link with Sylvia, who's my new friend.
Yeah.
And then we can share it with the others, just to listen, get additional perspective. But suffice it to say that disinformation is a science that can really affect the voter's mind, thinking that he is voting right, even if he is voting for BBM. Thank you.
Here's the Attorney Jessie's question to Mayoralgo. Why did Lenny not react to the hacking of the COMELEC servers of January 8, 2022? I think this was directed to you, Mr. Mayoralgo. You're muted.
Why was Lenny?
Why did Lenny not react to the hacking of the COMELEC servers of January 8, 2022?
January 8th?
2022?
I'm sorry, I'm not aware of that historical development. January 8, 2022, there was a hacking.
Probably,
Okay.
probably 2020.
I'm sorry, I'm not aware of that development. I cannot.
Okay.
What I do know is that what I do know is that they came up with an official statement already that they conceded the loss in this election. A question has been raised here earlier by one of the speakers. I cannot recall who, na nagtatanong, bakit nasaan si Lenny ngayon? Why is she not with us?
Colonel Adonio. Colonel Adonio.
Right. And I think that's a very valid observation, because a lot of kakampings are actually asking that question. And again, my opinion here, based on my own discussions with the camp, is that Lenny right now is involved in, number one, letting Angat Buhay really fly, because she believes it is an important component of her tripartite strategy. No? Tripartite and strategy: social, political, anti-disinformation. The second part is she is really working hard against disinformation. So these two activities, she wants it to fly, because I think it is a fact that the moment you immerse yourself in this discussion, you don't know, up to now, relentless ang bombardment kay Lenny sa social media in terms of disinformation and malice and slander on her. It's relentless if you follow it closely the way we do. So I think that's my personal opinion as why she wants to concentrate on the essentials first right now. But as we move closer to election, then we shall see. That is my personal assessment and answer.
But can you tell her that fraudulent election is the death of democracy?
She's fully aware of that. But
I
as
do
I
not
said,
know what is more essential than that. It's the
I think
death of our democracy.
We have to remember that if we do not do anything against disinformation, even if we are able to correct COMELEC, if the wrong guided votes come in, it is the same result. So we have to correct the evils of disinformation so that the voter can vote wisely and not mentally manipulated into the wrong conclusions to vote wrongly. So it's all related, actually.
Yeah, but if that is true, sir, why are they basing their choice on surveys, which can be the result of false information, of disinformation? Surveys can be rigged. So why are they making their choice based on surveys?
No, I did not say that they are making their
That's what they
vote
said.
based on-
It's because BBM won in all the surveys. That's why they say, hey, the surveys.
Okay, well, that could be the natural defense of the BBM voter. What the data is just showing, based on research by the disinformation team, is that the campaign to resuscitate and clean up the Marcos name began as early as 2011. It began with YouTube. And then as it went through the years, and by the way, the campaign was not biglaan. It's very subtle. It was really studied by guys from MIT like Nicole Corato and another person from MIT, Filipinos. And they say it was very subtle. That by the time 2016 came in, medyo na-resuscitate na ng konti yung image ni Marcos, but they were not able to destroy Lenny yet. That's why Lenny beat Marcos in 2016.
Yeah.
But after that, 2016 onwards, they bombarded Lenny and the LP.
Yeah.
And it was their intent to make the Aquino Dilawan campaign really die. All of this is disinformation. And this is what I'm saying. This is an important component of the battle, aside from stopping COMELEC from doing another manipulation. Because even if we are able to convince everyone na may disinformation, change your mindset and all, and we vote wisely, if TNT is not successful with COMELEC, wala rin. Diba?
Yeah, that's right.
So it's a double thing that I just want to impart here as a sharing. No? Please join Build Filipinas. At least listen.
Yes.
Listen to what has to be said. Thank you.
That is true. That's true. We have 3 hands raised. Marina, can you please, Marina? Marina
Yes,
Amado.
ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I would like only to say something with regards to what Mr. Alejo Mayoralgo said. sometimes ago, na yung sinabi niya na from the yung mga internal survey sa kina Lenny ay talo talaga siya. Which is in my opinion, at yung naranasan ko, kasi kami po yung nag-volunteer talaga sa ground. Kami yung isang nagbahay-bahay kami. Kasama po ako doon. Dito po yun sa Quezon. Ang amin pong doon ay from voters 10 out of 8 kay Lenny. 2 lang ang average, ang kay BBM. Kung halimbawa may 1% man doon sa ibang kandidato, basta si Lenny pa rin 8 or 7%. 7% number ng out of 10 voters, 7 or 8 is for Lenny. So yung sinabi nyo, dahil kami yung mismong nasa ground kami yung naka-experience, kami yung nag-interview, kami yung nag-campaign. Voluntarily, kami yung gumagastos pati ng aming mga pamasahe papunta doon sa mga bahay-bahay. So, ang ikinalulungkot namin ay kung halimbawa ang internal survey na sinabi ninyo ay parang talo sila, taniwala kayo doon. In my opinion, yung marami kasi dahil nga marakmakwarta itong ating kalaban, merong mga nag-aano na kunyari sila yung mga Lenny, sila kasama sa mga camping kasi lahat naman pwedeng tapos sila yung kunyari nagbibigay ng pera, sila yung nagkakaroon ng posisyon para parang silang maging leader or what or something. That is my observation. Kaya pagdating doon sa sabi ay si Lenny hindi ganon. Ibig sabihin, false information yung nakukuha siguro. Kaya ang nangyari, sabi nyo ay internal survey ay si Lenny ay
talo.
Si Lenny ay talo. Pero in our experience, in our very own experience, talagang kasi kailangan na ng mga tao din. Meron nga doon ng mga binayaran na ni BBM ay kinuha lang nila ang pera pero they are also for Lenny kasi nakita nila ang hirap na ng buhay. So, ang akin ay talagang ang pera makapangyarihan kasi merong mga dahil nga pinagsusuhulan na in my own observation siguro ganun ang nangyari. Kaya hindi ako naniniwala din doon sa sinabi ninyo yung internal survey ay talagang si Lenny talo. No. Sa akin pong paniniwala dahil kami ang mismong nasa ground, kami yung nagtrabaho at nakakasakit ng loob. Kaya nalulungkot ako na bakit dahil nga sabi diyan based on the fact na sinabi ng mga speakers natin na hindi naman ikaw mapapaano doon, bakit ang hinihintay lamang namin dito ay magsalita si Lenny and we will go out. Yeah. Ako kahit po ako 71 years old na, nandoon ako noong February 25, nandoon ako sa prayer rally sa EDSA. Nandoon ako nung May 9 election sa prayer rally sa harap ng Comelec. Pero napakante pa rin dahil yung mga kakamping ko dito ayaw sumama dahil nga hindi daw nila ang gusto nilang marinig Lenny. Si Lenny ang magsalita dahil katulad na sinasabi na every citizen has the right. So hindi nang nangangahulugan na sa tribunal siya pupunta. Yun lang po ang aking gusto. Gusto ko iparanig kay Attorney Lenny. Sana naman na nasabi na hindi naman siya maaano or what. Please, para lang magkaroon na tayo ng magandang we are for our country. We are for our democracy. Thank you po.
Oh, thank you so much, Marina. Thank you. So
may I have a quick reaction lang to her? Since she mentioned my name, just a quick reaction, please.
Okay.
Salamat po, ma'am. Naniniwala naman ako sa sinasabi nyo. Kami rin po nagulat nung nagkaroon pa ata ng press release that they admitted that they lost, but we just accepted it as reality. We did not question Lenny's camp's judgment. We decided to move onwards. No? Tulad nyo, inantay din namin siya na to become part of what we are trying to do. Pero ginagalang ko rin kung ano man ang desisyon niya sa bagay na iyan. Pero lahat po tayo kumayod I was also into house to house and everything, ma'am. So, but nagulat din kami, but we just want to move onwards, and we support everything that will support our country, including TNT, and the vote for disinformation. Okay.
Yeah.
Against
Thank you.
disinformation. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Rene Guzman, I think you have been raising your hand. Rene de Guzman.
Tapos naanda siya. I think we're done with Rene already.
Rene, and can we just go
Already
for
asked the question.
Can we just go for the last 5 minutes because it's getting too long and we have to end it after this 5 minutes more.
Yeah, I just want to say or reiterate na nung kampanya pa lang sa election, so obvious sa provincial campaign sorties ng Lenny Kiko hanggang sa meeting de avance na talagang nadaya lang. Talagang yun ang ipinaglalaban natin. Ang hangarin natin ay not a new NGO. Ang hangarin natin ay bagong gobyerno na matino. At mangyayari lang din yung election reforms na inaasam din natin kung magiging bago at matino ang gobyerno. That's just it. My sentiment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Makakarating po yun. Makakarating po yun.
At sana nakinig sila, kung makinig si VP Lenny kay Attorney Magno, she will support mandamus. Di ba, Attorney Magno?
We share a snippet.
This is not a political, this is not an electoral protest.
Yeah.
This is a right of every citizen to know the truth of the election. And I am speaking to VP Lenny to support mandamus because it's the right of every Filipino citizen to know the truth of the election.
This is almost a 4-hour forum.
Yeah. So
what we'll do is we will extract a snippet of the talks and then send the talk of Attorney Magno to Lenny so that she will understand what this mandamus is all about.
Yeah,
it's not an electoral protest.
By the way, how is this? I got a note from, this is the last, so that you will know why Bakilat was not able to make it, so people, the public will know. Because there was a problem with the Zoom link and he was not able to enter, and finally he said, sorry, I have to go cause need disgrace mother from hospital. I messaged Colonel Odonio and asked that we talk with General Rio just to manage expectations, especially since we adhere to Ma'am Lenny's positioning regarding this. So I think this would be good then that he was saying that General Rio, Colonel Odonio, and the group of Lenny can have some dialogue on the issue. That was the message of Eddie Bagilat, who was not able to enter because of the problem of the Zoom link. Right. But anyway, maybe we have to end here. I mean, it's almost 4 hours. I think we can stay for as long as we want, but it's too late already. And just one last message po. GTTAN continues to help raise the legal fees. We are engaged in how they call a campaign to cover the legal fees of the TNPO and Colonel Odonio. So we would appreciate, please, if you can contribute to the legal fee, because these men are there in their 70s, in their 80s, and they're just depending on their retirement pay, right? So they cannot cover the legal fees. So we are helping them raise the legal fees. So every peso, every cent, every dollar is very valuable. And please, every donation is an act of citizenship, the sake of our country. So dito na lang po. Salamat po at you have joined our forum. I think we will move forward. We will listen to the people's how do you call this, recommendations, what to do after this, because I think people are asking, what are we going to do after this forum? I think that's a real question that we all have to reckon with at this moment.
Step, opo. The next course of action.
The next course of action, what are we going to do? Especially because the next elections, the forthcoming elections are coming. And if we are not going to do anything, we will be caught again in the same, how did they call that? Catastrophe. Catastrophe that we have been in. So thank you so much, Paul. And good night. Thank you very much.
Tina,
Yes.
I think you should extend an invitation to all participants to join GTAN so that we can continue our discussions and possibly even putting our heads together
Yeah.
to come up with strategies
And
that will help our awareness campaign as well as moving our cause forward.
yeah. So I think maybe before you leave, be sure to submit your names, your emails, so we can email you. So how will they submit that, Mila?
Via just chat. Yes, go to
chat.
the chat.
Okay, can you go to
I'm
the
sending
chat
them.
before you
No,
leave? Go to the chat. Please write your names and your email, so we can communicate with you after the forum.
I just sent a
No,
message. Just
we
reply.
are the Global Transparency and Transformation Advocates Network is really an advocacy group that we intend to expand on a worldwide basis. So we are looking for conveners from all major cities around the world. Kailangan palakihin natin tong advokasya na ito because this is the only way that we can influence public policy wherever we are. On an individual basis, we can only do so much. It takes groups to, like people, groups that can influence electoral outcomes, that can influence, effectively participate in political discourse and influence electoral outcomes. So maggrupo-grupo tayo, mag-join tayo ng mga groups, kagaya ng GTAN and all the other groups out there.
Yeah.
Sama-sama tayo. We will be stronger and more effective.
And you can, yeah, that's right. And you can convene. You can start with 3 or 2.
Yeah, if you're a convener, you can just start with 5 or 10 people.
Yeah.
And eventually that will grow.
Yeah.
The more we are in terms of membership, the stronger we will be. Okay.
Can we now end with that message of hope? All right.
Is Father Bert still around? Maybe we can have a last prayer with Father Bert.
Where's Father Bert?
Umalis na si Father Bert.
Umalis na Father Bert.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Good night. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Until next time.
Can the group stay?
Yeah, sure.
Tomorrow,
Whoever.
Ipona here.
Salamat po.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, Ipona, and we will be there. Bahala na. Ito, I'm meeting.
Okay, can we meet?
Ito, mga kakampi to. I have a meeting now. We have a community meeting.
Thank you for your
nice
inspiring
Miss
speech.
Olive, nice message. Galing.
Yung mga
Si Father Bert has a sacrament to administer.
Yung mga ladies ng 65 daw. Dapat i-organize.
Ladies and 65.
Are we going to meet, Camila?
Yes, I'm staying. I'm staying.
Are we going to meet? Can we ask can we ask the core group to stay behind for a little while?
Why don't we just meet on the phone, yung forum natin? Let's just meet here. Dito.
All right. Can we meet in the forum then?
Yeah, dito na tayo mag-meet. Okay.
We meet here?
Sa forum, dito sa telepono, yung ating
Sa
forum.
telepono na lang sa forum planning natin.
But our guests do not want to leave. They're enjoying immensely.
You're welcome.
So do you want to stay and discuss?
They want to listen to our Plans.
So, yun nga, yung
sige.
experience namin noon sa political dynasty movement, talagang the people were not ready. I mean, the people, the citizens, the ordinary folks, the little folks, the ground roots folks, they wanted change. Pero voiceless, powerless sila. Kahit ang Catholic Church, mga kapatid, some priests would be very willing, especially the young and idealistic. But if their bishop said, teka muna, pag-isipan natin yan. We cannot polarize the parishes. We cannot polarize the churchgoers from the non-churchgoers. Who are the politicians? So, hanggang pa-signature kami all over the Philippines, my husband and I, and the little ragtag group. And we were even shepherded by Bishop Pabilio. Yan, makamasa na obispo yan. Bishop, ganito po, walang may gustong pumirma. Millions You needed millions of signatures.
Paano binibigyan sila ni GMA ng Pajero, na SUV, at saka, di ba? O, malay mo, baka ngayon Porsche nang binibigay. Who knows?
We are ready with the law. We are ready with the bill, rather. We are ready with the bill. Kung ilang buwan namin pinag-aralan yan, because we had lawyers in our group, and I'm a retired academician, no? So sa language, etc., etc. We were really excited. So, yeah.
Celia, you joined the GTAN.
Yeah, I will.
We will join the GTAN, and then that's one of what we will, fight against political dynasties. Because that's what, our political culture is damaged. And that's part of, transforming a political culture, right?
Yes.
Back all the political dynasties. I think the people are beginning to go.
I'm putting them in a waiting room in case they want to come back. In case they want to join again. So anyway, we're almost done. That's it.
Okay.
Unless those who want to stay will have to join GTAN.
Ano nangyari doon sa ating ano?
I don't know. My gosh, I paid that monthly for 500 visitors. Siguro talaga nasabotahe tayo.
No,
Yun naman sinabi ko eh.
Should complain. And
sabotage,
there should be some form of compensation. Hindi pwede.
There's no way of testing if we can get 500 because we always assume that we get 500. But anyway, what's good is
Baka
that we have
nabiktima din tayo ng Smartmatic.
Sabotage.
Na-hack tayo ng Smartmatic.
but at least mayroon tayong video nasa YouTube. So it's a complete